it's not men's tennis and women's tennis, it's tennis.
Yeah.
Huge amount of points and prize money on offer as well for the winners of this third edition of the United Cup. And what better way to open up with a couple of the very best women in the world. Captain Mike Russell did a very good job over in Perth and yesterday. And certainly what this competition does, it does elevate the role of the coach, which is happening more and more in our sport, and they are going to do it to an even greater degree at the Australian Open.
Yeah, and I think actually Michael Russell played a really important part in how well the United States team transitioned here, because he's very meticulous about preparation and working out and training. He had them practice on the day they arrived and had them plan their timeout so they would adjust to the difference, and I thought that was really important, and that's why they played so well yesterday here.
It's because it's 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Perth, it's about a 4.5, 5 hour flight as well. It's not a hop. It's not a hop, skip and a jump. Of course, there are many other events going on at the moment. Hobart is about to start tomorrow, as is Adelaide. They've been qualifying at the weekend. The qualifying for the Australian Open is about to kick off. It is all going on. But tonight, it's all about the United Cup.
Ladies, welcome. I think you know everything. After the coin toss, can we please take a photo with Santja in that direction, and then the two of you, a photo in both directions this time. Any questions? Coco, your choice. We have AO or John Newcomb? AO it is. Go. AO it is. Serve. Okay, and the photos, please.
Yes, the other side as well. Well, this is the culmination of 9 days play. And this is becoming quite a traditional season opener now for those players that really understand the value of this competition. And goodness me, the amount they've played at the level, both Goff and Swiatek will be ready to start the Australian Open on the 12th. It's going to come around very quickly, the 12th of January. Iga's had a hell of a lot of tennis, hasn't she? And some very high-level tennis as well. Currently ranked at 2 in the world. She was 125 non-consecutive weeks at #1, and you sense she wants that back, and she's building up for a big year. I think we can see that already.
I thought so too, Sam. I thought that she looked really, really great out there, and she was tested, she was tried. She had to play one tough, intense match after the others against players that she doesn't like to play, the big hitting girls in Rybakina and Katie Boulter, who played one of the best matches. And I think if she asked for a better preparation, she couldn't have had it.
Well, the brilliant teenager that burst onto the world scene 5 years ago has become now one of the best in the game, poised at 3 in the world. She's already hit the second spot. She's a little behind Sabalenka, the #1, but I have to say Coco is on the rise. Great to see the stadium filling up. Should we have a little muse about what may be the factors tonight, and maybe this head-to-head might come into it?
Well, the head-to-head is very clear, 11-2 for Iga Swiatek. However, the last match Coco Gauff won, and tennis players have a very selective memory. She will only remember this match they played in Saudi Arabia, nothing else. A lot of Polish fans in the stadium. They have really kept a nice atmosphere throughout the entire time we've been in Sydney.
It's a warm one, but of course it's absolutely a belter in Victoria. Temperatures in Melbourne of 40 degrees. Unfortunately, the fires have been a major factor as well. So, you know, we wish that that all calms down as soon as possible. But no, temperatures have been pretty good for the players here. It's a still and calm night. We can't wait for this opening women's singles. It's going to have an awful lot to live up to. Stage is set on the Ken Rosewell Arena, and we're going to dive into the Polish team zone once again. Matthias, it's Sam and Andrea. You know where we are, and we've got to talk to you an awful lot. What are your thoughts on how things may unfold this evening?
Yeah, I think today it's a really close match. I think really small details going to make a difference today. Both teams are really strong. So, I mean, as usually in tennis and at this highest level, I think it's just going to be up to, you know, a few points, a few mistakes. So yeah.
And Matthias, last year was a heartbreaker for Poland. They lost with match points in the final. How did you motivate the team today? What did you tell them in the locker room to have them ready today to get this title at United Cup?
I mean, definitely the last year's experience was heartbreaking, but in a way we've already went through that and we are stronger and better prepared for this final this year. So I think it's only going to pay off for us. Yeah.
Matthias, are you as calm on the inside as you are on the outside? Because you've kept everything very steady in for Team Poland.
Yeah, I mean, we have, let's say, our drill here, you know, we try to speak with the one voice to the players, you know, not to give too much information, and it's been working really well, and yeah, we're just going to continue to do that, yeah.
Well, whatever you are doing, it is working, and I have a feeling you are as calm on the inside as you are on the outside. Have a great night. It's been very enjoyable watching your captaincy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
He has created a wonderful atmosphere. Of course, Iga and Hubie knew each other really well, and I suspect Michael Russell in a very different way, because Michael, you know, Matthias was in the 900s. He played a little pro tennis, but Michael Russell was top 60 in the world. So different vibe from the American camp, but they seem to be having a hell of a good time, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that the captaincy also creates a type of energy in the team, and you can see that both captains are working really well and gelling well with the players of each team.
It's the final. This is what they're playing for. The United States and Germany have their names on the trophy. Who will join them tonight, over the next 5-6 hours? Who knows? We will find out.
First set. Coco Gauff representing Team United States. Sister. Play.
It's been a clean sweep for the Americans, winning Group A and through their quarter-final and semi-final. And I have to say, they seem to only play teams beginning with C: Canada, Croatia, China in the quarter-final, and Czechia in the semi-final. They're quite happy to change it up. Yeah. How about a P? Oh, what an opener.
Okay, I guess we are in for a ride here.
15-all.
Coco has passed all the tests so far, Bigavela Fernandez, Don Vekic, Zhong Shuai, and then yesterday evening, Karolina Mukova. And, an interesting 6-1, 6-4 victory.
Yeah, played a flawless first set, Coco Gauff, really, and never lost her calmness and level-headedness in the second set when things got a bit more complicated.
30 all.
Let's just say this week's been a sharpener, hasn't it, for Świątek? Wow. This is their 14th meeting. Iga has won 11 of them. Goff won the last one in Saudi Arabia.
Game, the Team United States. First game.
A lively opening service game. Laura Robson, great to have you with us once again, courtside. You were in Saudi watching their last match. I'd love to hear what you thought and what you think we might get today.
Well, the biggest difference was that Coco's serve and forehand didn't break down. And when you compare that to previous matches where she was struggling to get a set, to all of a sudden turn that around and win in straights was a huge confidence builder for her. It felt like on that particular court that Iga was trying to do the usual tactic of rushing the forehand, but Coco actually did well to drop back and slow things down. You saw her throw in quite a few no-pace forehand lines just to change up the rhythm. But yeah, Coco's a different player when her first serve percentage is high and when she has trust in that shot. And with the grip change that we've seen already in Saudi, but even more apparent here, I think that's going to play a huge part today.
How's the temperatures down there? Are you comfy? Or are you toasty?
It's not as bad as I thought, you know. I'm doing okay. I've got a towel if I start sweating. But yeah, I think for the players, not as bad as it could be.
Okay. Andrea, you also commentated on that match at the WTA finals. What do you think we might see out here?
So I think actually Laura was spot on in what she said, and I think in earlier matches Coco Gauff tried to rush Iga Świątek into her forehand side. That's what you usually do against her, and that's a little bit against Coco's playing style. And what I thought she did really well in Saudi Arabia was that she stuck with who she is as a player. She stuck with her DNA and tried to do the best with that. And the forehand down the line, a little off pace with height above the net, that is something that she knows how to do really well. And that's always the art in tennis of how much game plan and strategy do you adjust to your opponent and how much do you stay true to yourself. It always needs to be a balance of the two. Not easy to achieve at this high level of the sport. Nice play here from Iga Świątek, and this is the play that generally hurts Coco Gauff, that backhand down the line of Świątek's. And interesting fun fact, when I was still playing, I practiced a lot with young Iga Świątek when she was 16, and she was only playing backhand cross-court. And 3 years later, she had that backhand down the line in her repertoire, and it really changed the trajectory of her entire career. Just tells you how much she wants to improve and does improve year in, year out. Both of these players really.
Use.
Already from courtside, it looks like Coco's super committed to following that forehand through. Sometimes you see her fall back as she makes contact with the ball and drop off the back leg and almost kind of fall off the shot. None of that so far.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Goff yet to drop a set in her 4 matches, as Iga has been tested. Dropped the opening set breaker to Katie Bolter in the quarterfinals against Great Britain, and certainly pushed against former Wimbledon champion and then Rybakina. It was a couple of days ago, 7-6, 6-4. Excuse me, that was yesterday. It's hard.
It's been a long week,
You
Sam.
can quite easily get your days mulled up here. I apologise.
We saw a few of these kind of errors from Iga in the match against Elena yesterday morning as well, just with it flying off her racket, and then we saw that she adjusted the tension. I spoke to Wim after the match, and he said she went from 25.5 to 26 kilos, which, I mean, if I was holding 2 rackets with that sort of difference, I could not tell you the difference. It does nothing, but clearly she's so in tune with the feel of the equipment.
Advantage, Team United States.
Maybe a few nerves from Charlotte, given the size of the misses. Long opening service game for the Pole. Goff can get off to a fast start right here. And it's Goff who's on the front
Game,
foot.
Team United States.
USA with the early break.
Fantastic point from Coco Gauff. Really used the entire
Team
geometry
United
of
States
the
lead
court
by 2 games to none.
to put Iga Swiatek, one of the best defensive players in the world, on the back foot. And then what nice feel at the net, bodes well for a possible mixed doubles if needed.
Mum Candy, yes. She's got the full United Cup hat on out here this evening. Both women split with their coaches directly after the US Open. I have to say, it seems to have been very effective, particularly for Goff. She's won 16 of her last 19 matches of the season. One Beijing, semis in Wuhan. Only just edged out by Sabalenka, and then winning her first WTA finals. Brilliant. It was just a brilliant performance against Zhong Qinwen.
30 all.
And Andrea, you've been very impressed with Coco and Laura as well with the grip change on the serve. We were talking about it yesterday.
We were talking about it yesterday, yes, just before the Asian swing. She got Matt Daly on board, who is known for his expertise in technique and grips. And he slightly changed her grip on the serve to be more on top of the racket. Which gives her a little bit more spin instead of only slice. But this is going to be the question for Coco Gauff today. Iga Swiatek is the best, has really led that, the audience is going crazy already, has led the stats in most points won on second serve. So can this serve, her new serve, can it withstand the aggressiveness of Iga Swiatek on second serves? It will be tested today.
It needs to hold up right here now. Here you go with a chance for the immediate break back. And Swiatek not letting the American get away. What an exciting opening 3 games to this United Cup final.
Team United States lead by 2-1.
Come on.
Both such ferocious competitors. My goodness, what a treat the fans are in for this evening. On a very warm weekend in Sydney, we're around in the inner west. And Sydney Olympic Park has been packed actually over certainly the last few days for the tennis here. And at Penrose Arena, almost full.
Time.
Everyone who's got any kind of Polish heritage within, I think, a 100-mile radius has come here, out here to support someone who is a superstar back home.
I live in the Polish neighborhood of New York, and when Iga Swiatek is playing, the streets are the emptiest they ever are.
Love 15.
Prior 13 meetings, and the 13th wasn't lucky for Iga, losing 3 and 4 in the round robin at the WTA finals in Saudi Arabia. In their prior 13 meetings, whoever has won the first set has won the match.
15-30.
This could be, in a few weeks' time, final or a semi-final in Melbourne, couldn't it? And they're both feeling each other out. Also, a great test for Iga's new motion on the serve as well. And they're going to get a very fierce examination out here this evening. I love the way she has that hat pulled really low, and you can tell that all sorts of intensity and permutations are going through the Świątek mind, utterly focused on the task ahead. That's a great recovery.
Game, Team Poland. Two games on.
Laura, you're on the American bench, I believe, with Dennis Kudla.
I am. I'm with Dennis. Dennis, how is retired life?
Retired life's good, you know, about 14 hours in. Feels nice not to ever have to go to the gym again.
Thank you.
Forcefully. I could eat whatever I want. I had a fun little breakfast. And, you know, I'm really enjoying it. You know, letting the emotions ride last night was pretty special for me. And, you know, it was unexpected ending. Not what I anticipated, but the fact that I went out with the W, not too many people can say that, so I'm definitely grateful for that.
You didn't have much rest, because I think I saw you earlier warming up Coco for this match. How was she feeling ahead of it? And it's a head-to-head that's pretty tough for her, but given that she won the last match, you feel like maybe she's got a bit more confidence?
Yeah, I've been hitting a lot this week with both of them, warming them up, but yeah, I mean, she's definitely, you know, confidence is definitely building. I think this is going to be a physical match no matter where they're going to play. Two best players in the world. You know, we're confident, we're behind her. It's a team environment, completely different than when you're in tournament one-on-one. So we're going to bring the energy, and hopefully we can bring it home for her.
Was there anything that you guys were working on in practice that you can tell us? No secrets allowed. Any tactics?
That wasn't me. Wasn't in charge. I was just told to hit the ball in the right place and don't miss, and that's what I did. So she's definitely has to be aggressive today if she wants to win. She's going to run side to side. It's going to be a long day, but I think it's going to be all about who can impose their physicality a little bit more, who can get the first strike. And so far, I think it's going to be a war.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We wish Dennis well with a new chapter in his life, but right now Coco has something to deal with here.
And there it is. That backhand down the line is her money shot against Coco Gauff.
What a response from Świątek. Gauff came out of the gate so quickly with that early break. Big push back from Świątek. Poland up a break early stages of this first set.
Team Poland leads by 3-2.
You Iga since, what was it, early November, 10 days before the WTA finals, working with the Belgian, Wim Fissette, who has his little notebook there. This time together has been invaluable. He's very good at building a rapport with players as Wim, but they've got to know each other. He's got to know how her team functions, and they've just spent a lot of time together in a very relaxing environment, and he's been able to have input all the way through the matches. It may be very valuable going forward. Opening 20 minutes of this United Cup final. Captain Mateusz Tereniski in the centre there. Calmest man in the Ken Rosewall arena. Joe, it's been very lively, hasn't it, these two? I mean, the gloves have come off super quick.
Super quick, and for anyone who has seen the last 2 points, those are the shots that trouble Coco Gauff. We saw the backhand down the line of Iga Swiatek into Coco's forehand, and then a return off the backhand into Coco's forehand. The reason why that bothers her more is because they are so flat. The backhand of Iga Swiatek is so flat. So you can see it right here. You can see, just look at the bounce. And this is where Coco Gauff is late. What Laura mentioned, she falls back with her upper body, and that's where misses come off.
15-11.
Iga looking for a much better start to the season in terms of the first major. She has been a semi-finalist in Melbourne. It was 3 years ago now. But the last couple of years, she's gone out early. She's always played well at the United Cup, only beaten once, and that was by an American, Jessica Pegula, in the first year. But since then, she's had a perfect record, and now she's won 12 wins, just the one loss.
Look at where she made contact with the ball, right at the top of the strings. Very close to being a framer.
And just to give you an idea how much these two have stepped up their game today for this final, both up in their kilometers per hour on the average forehand topspin speed. Coco a mind-boggling 13 k's an hour faster, but Iga to 6 k's an hour faster. So these two have come to play in this final today.
And Goff really letting go on that forehand.
Team United States.
And would you believe it? It's a breakback.
3 games on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Both, I mean, 3 years apart, they have an awful lot in common. They both broke through very young on slams as teenagers. Both finished high school, much to their credit, and they both have elite sporting DNA.
That forehand flying on her a couple of times here. Laura, is she not following through completely? What do you see courtside there?
Yeah, it feels a bit like yesterday at the start of the match where she said post-match, I felt like I had the handbrake on. So she's there with the legs, she's in good time, and then it's almost like she's decelerating that last 10% of the swing. And it looks to me like it's coming too far across the body as well.
Yeah, that was a lot better. You can see the difference right away when she's playing it with 100% conviction, or when she's also a little bit hoping that it might go in. 142 k's an hour.
That's the one I wouldn't be annoyed if it went a bit higher over the net. You know, that's the one that they've been working on, just to slow the pace down. Don't feel like you've got to go 100% at all times. One of her greatest strengths is the intensity. But if Coco's enjoying that pace onto her forehand right now, give her something different.
Four breaks of serve so far in this opening set.
United States. Ball change, please. New balls. Team United States lead. Live for guest frame.
They will be good, they will be tough moments. You're here all the time. All the time. No matter where to ride to come back. No matter where to come back. Great second serve return. Great second. Stay there, not to find the foot. Go for it. Nice lion. The return that you miss at 15-30% to miss it. Great. Yes, great. Wait the ball, look in front, go for it. Right shot.
Far out of your picture is Jean-Christophe Forel, who's always been around the Coco Gauff camp. It seems that she's very happy to work with him one-on-one now. captain Mike Russell in the centre said that when we spoke to him yesterday that he'd just really take a back seat and let JC, who's sitting alongside of him, do the coaching, and he's been true to his word. He's just there being steady, being Mike.
Yeah.
And,
Time.
Maja Chvalinska.
back row have a job as well.
Helping out with the ice bag.
Center of your picture is Kamal Maishak. He's been doing a lot of the hitting as well.
It really is a team effort, this United Cup.
New balls. Love.
Five titles for Iga last year, including a fourth Roland Garros. But in a way, for someone that was #1 in the world last year, her slams were not as strong as they have been. Third round exit at the Australian Open and Wimbledon. Court loss in the quarterfinals of the US Open to Jessica Pegula. That's the beauty of having the singles net up.
30-15.
Just gave her a chance, didn't it?
Wow, they moved well. The balance that Coco has when she's pushed wide, and even look how balanced Iga is there from well outside the court.
It would have been sensational had she brought that off. We love it. We love a singles net.
Well, and the forehand Coco Gauff just played, the one prior with the angle, took pace off, opened the court. That is sending a strong message to the rest of the field at the Australian Open. And she is ready to compete for the crown.
Just thinking back to the changeover, though, there was some real positive reinforcement from both Coco's coach and Mike Russell saying, great job on the second serve return. So clearly that's something that they're looking to impose themselves on in this matchup. And I think you can feel that from where Iga's trying to go with her second serve. It looks like she's trying to get really deep in the box.
Big support from Desiree Kravchuk. Handy person having your bench. She's won 4 mixed doubles Grand Slam titles.
Advantage.
She's absolutely committed, hasn't she, to this United Cup. It's her third appearance. Coco's on debut.
Let second serve. Game, Team Poland.
Another cracking backhand down the line, but you can, what Laura just said, you can sense that
4 games on.
Team USA is imposing themselves on those second serves.
That second serve was almost bang on the line as well. She's not got much margin for error here. Świątek on the second.
Thank you.
3 double faults in this first set.
Love 15. On.
Looking at some of these service speeds from Coco, she's up in the 190s Ks and not in old money, which is what I really understand. That's about 120 miles an hour.
That's very fast.
That's very fast.
They should write that. Very fast. First serve, speed, very fast.
Do you reckon Wim's put that in his notebook?
Yeah.
First serve, quick.
Oh, she really went for that second as well.
30 on.
Yes, imagine someone speeding past you on the highway at 120 miles an hour. They'd be getting a ticket. That's how fast that first serve is going. And I always think of 120 miles an hour because that sometimes was the average service speed of Venus Williams when she was absolutely at her best. She'd just be banging every single one down at that kind of speed. Very few women can do that easily.
Sam, you're not getting a ticket. You're losing your license at
Oh,
120.
are you? Oh, okay.
$40-30. Game, Team United States.
Very tight here in this first set. Go 5-4.
Team United States lead by 5 games so far.
Kenrose Arena is the ideal stage for the third edition of these United Cup finals. And we're down to the 2 best teams, and we have a couple of the finest women tennis players on the planet out here facing off. It's the best of 3 matches. Women's singles, followed by men's singles, and potentially a deciding next.
Love.
Great depth on that return from Coco Gauff. That's such a hard return to counter one that goes through the center of the court with good depth and pace.
Lovely volley. That was clutch with the one-hander. Well, she was down an early break, and then she was up a break. Both women have really pulled each other about here in the last 45 minutes or so, but it's the American with set point.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Gauff strikes the first blow.
Team United States.
As she takes the opening set by 6 games to 4. My goodness, a set packed full of pulsating tennis, and it could have gone either way. Very calm Coco Gauff going into the changeovers, 1 set to the good. I'd love to see their numbers. Here we go.
Yeah, what a set she's played here, Coco Gauff. She was so stable, so steady, and just tactically very sound, very disciplined, did not get up in arms. And we see Iga Swiatek, she hit 9 winners, but she hit 19 unforced errors, 2 of those at 30-all when she was trailing 5-4, and it cost her the set. But it was Coco Gauff who changed up the speeds, had a bit of more height on the forehand side, some nice angles there too, and just another almost flawless set from Coco Gauff.
How often do you see someone win a set with 0 forehand or backhand winners, though?
There was I would like to see the forced errors, though, because there must have been plenty.
Once again tonight we are being treated to a fabulous women's singles, which is opening up the proceedings for this United Cup final. Gauff holding a nerve.
Swiatek's left the court, so Coco's coming out to serve with some of the used balls.
She's leaving fully equipped, isn't she? Is that Wim's notebook, or is that she hasn't pinched it off him?
She's probably her own. Oh, I think it's a Roland Garros one.
Okay.
It should be lucky. And here are Captain Mateusz and Wim looking at the numbers, and I think they will be looking at the unforced errors. There were a few too many, but it's mostly because of this woman right here, Coco Gauff. You usually know that if you go into the forehand, you will get a few unforced errors here and there, but she's come out this season so stable on that wing, and she's even managing to change paces, to get the angles, and you see players panicking against her. You saw it yesterday with Karolina Muchova. You see it today with Iga Swiatek.
This is an improved Coco, isn't it, from
100%.
12 months ago?
100%.
The trust that she has in her game now, though, compared to 12 months ago, I think that's the biggest difference, that she'll throw in a couple of double faults in a match, and then you don't see her panic, you don't see her stress if she has to throw the ball up and catch it after the ball toss. I actually felt from courtside that Swiatek was the more stressed of the two out there, and the way that she was rushing the points clearly feels a bit discombobulated in this matchup.
Yeah, that's frustrating when you've played somebody 13 times, you've won 11 of those matches, and you think you know how you're supposed to play them, you think you know how they will react, and then they just remain calm. And that's what Coco did. She was not stressed out by the backhand down the lines of Iga Swiatek that used to hurt her in the past. She was not stressed out by the forehand cross-court rallies. She just stuck with Iga.
Isn't it exciting, though? They're only 3 years apart. Coco, 20 years of age. Iga's 23. They are so dedicated to improving as tennis players. What they may be in 5 years' time. How many Grand Slam finals that they may play. And you know, we could be talking in 5 years that they've played 30 times or 40 times, which is really what we need in women's tennis, along with Sabalenka, the current world #1. It'd be fascinating to see how Iga starts this second set and what she's going to bring here. She's not solely playing for herself. She's playing for her country, and I think she feels very responsible that she needs to get this first point on the board here.
Time.
And in both of the 2 matches that Coco Gauff has won against Iga Swiatek, she has won the first set.
Second set.
Tennis players are a
Team
superstitious
United
bunch.
States to serve.
So I'm sure she will feel very good about how she's contested this first set here.
Love 15.
Only 3 players last season. Coco Gauff, when she'd won the first set, Kaneskaya in Dubai, Kostic in Stuttgart indoors, and Sabalenka most recently in Wuhan.
30-15.
Both these 2 love to run from the front.
Game, Team United States.
Picking up from where she left off at the back
First
end
game, second set.
of that first set. And I wonder how important it was, that run at the end of last season, winning 16 out of 19 matches.
I think she really, especially you have changed the name from off-season to pre-season, which is so accurate because it has gotten so short. And I think she really, Coco, really carried that energy and that confidence over to the new season, which sometimes is not easy to do when you are playing so well and then the season stops and you have to pick up anew, but she did very well.
This is what they're playing for, the Thomas Light crafted trophy, and around it it's got those 36 swirls, and that is meant to be the path of a tennis ball, probably a rougher forehand bending around.
Yeah, my tennis ball did not move like that.
15 love.
Let's go. Benjamin.
30 love.
And maybe that could be an adjustment Iga can make to go with the backhand more through the middle and center of the court to Coco's forehand rather than the wide one, which she's playing really well, Coco Gauff, today.
She mixed it up there and went for the kick to Coco's backhand.
40-love.
But I think in the previous points when we've seen her go second serve to Coco's forehand, it's just sitting up with, well, not enough power. It needs to have a bit more, or she needs to lower it somehow and go for more of a slice second serve, which is not her natural go-to anyway. But actually, Coco's hitting almost every single second serve forehand return in the strike zone.
Game, Team Poland.
Nice hold here. And Laura, what do you think in general
One
Iga
game
could do to turn this match around?
I'm with you on the shots through the middle. I think going backhand cross court right now, it's not going to be favourable for Swiatek, and if she's able to get enough depth but go through the middle to the forehand, then at least she can look to go either back behind or you know, try and throw in an angle or two. Coco's defense is so incredible right now that it probably feels very tough to get her off balance from the other end of the court. But we haven't seen too much of the change of pace. One high, then one fast.
Say Aussie fans always come very well prepared, don't they? To match it. They just rock up. They have banners and costumes.
And it's some good points Laura just made, because Laura and me would not know how that feels, but some players want to actually move on the court. I feel like Coco Gauff plays her best tennis when she's moving and running and making it really physical.
Oh, fabulous.
Team United States.
And answers a love hold with one of her own.
Team United States lead by 2-1.
So tough, every point. Bravo, Coco. Every point was the same energy.
Coco's very happy to sit there and listen, isn't she? Doesn't say very much, I think. Doesn't say anything at all.
Wow, Candy. And you can hear JC saying over and over again, so tough, and boy is she tough, Coco Gauff. One of the best competitors on the tour.
Very close opening two set between a couple of the world's best female tennis players. 5 breaks in the opener. We are on serve early stages of the second. That's lovely to see.
Time.
They know each other so well, these two. Played junior doubles together.
Yeah, the back row also has a very important role to play.
And you can just see everything is still in order here in the second set. Players are on serve, but you can see Iga Swiatek just rattled by the quality of play from the other side, from Coco Gauff, and those few unforced errors that have crept in at the end of the first set for Iga. But still, everything very much up for grabs here.
Swiatek puts so much pressure on herself in these situations as well when she's playing for her country. Just think back to the Olympics, and she was almost paralyzed with how much she wanted it, and then couldn't relax when she needed it most. And I'm not saying that it's anything remotely close to that today, but you can just tell that she's a bit edgy.
Yes, certainly, yes. I recognise this from Paris, where in the end she took bronze as to Vekic in the semi-finals, and it meant so much to her because she is the daughter of an Olympic rower, Thomas. It's played a big part in her formative years. Boomski, my goodness. That's confident.
Very.
13-15. Let hustle. (40-15). Game, Team Poland. Two games on.
Some of our favourite fans, they've been here for every Poland match, and I think, Laura, you're quite relieved that they're not directly behind you because they've dropped so many things on you.
I miss them now, they're gone.
Okay, they're just along the way, actually, from you, if you want to go and say hi.
Thank you, thank you.
Terrific.
Wow.
(15 love).
You can see in the dots how well Coco Gauff goes for the angles on the shorter point. The three-quarter point in the court opens the court up. Similar to what Iga Swiatek did here, and
15 on.
these placements are so important today because these two are the best movers on the WTA Tour.
Thank you.
And you have to come
Thank
up
you,
with a
ladies
bit
and gentlemen.
more
Thank you.
than is usually enough.
Aces are starting to rain down now in this second set. And she looks like she can hit any spot in the box. Goodness, she is pumped. Świątek with the final word.
On. Thank you.
Oh, these two are so fast. What a way to bring up the first break point of this second set. Full change here in the second.
Team Poland leads by 3-2.
If you saw a replay of Coco's first serve, the ball toss just got too far in front, and then when that happens and she goes for the second serve, I start to feel on edge. You can almost see the double fault coming.
Can you see that as well, Andrea?
When I was last year at the Australian Open, I was courtside. I could always tell from courtside. From here, it's tough for me because the ball toss sometimes tends to get in front of her, and
it's harder to see when you're directly up. And we're quite a long way up here as well. But yeah, when you're at the side, you can see it.
Yeah, when I was courtside, I could have logged in every single time when the double fault was coming. Maya should really get the captaincy.
She should be getting paid double today.
Olga's junior doubles partner doing a sterling job there.
I genuinely think this has changed her.
Yeah, it's made her laugh.
Yeah.
She made her laugh. And you know what's great? Maya has known Iga probably since they were 10 or 11 years old. She knew Iga before Iga was 5-time major champion. There's no, shed room. She knows all her awful habits, and there's not the barrier there, the star thing, is there? She just treats her as a regular, teammate.
Yeah, and in the previous change of ends, I think that's what Laura was alluding to. Iga looked very emotional, actually. She was rattled, and she wants it so much for the country. And Maya had a few nice words for her. Was just comforting her, put her hand on the back, and sometimes that's all you need is a hug and a nice word. Even an incredible tennis player like Iga Świątek here.
Well, has Iga got momentum now? Yeah, Maya, yes, we've been talking about you, doing a great job. Has she got momentum here? First break of the second set, she did lead by the same scoreline with the break in the first, but it was a more complicated affair. You certainly feel momentum is with her though here.
On.
Wow, blow for blow.
15-13.
Coco is very good when she has to run to the forehand, actually, because she has a bit more space. You can see it here. Open stance, gets her body weight into it. Not readable for Swiatek where it's going to go. Textbook tennis here from Iga Swiatek. TBT, serve out wide, into the open space, close the net.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Advantage, Team Poland. Let for serve.
They're both some ferocious competitors.
Yes.
Made it.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Laura, I love that comparison that you made about Iga tonight playing for Poland and then also representing Poland in the Olympics, wanting it too much.
And having been so close last year.
Yeah. It's all about how she manages that.
And that's the one that Laura was talking about earlier, that serve that sits up into the forehand of Coco Gauff, who gets under it nicely, accelerates, and puts pressure right away on Świątek. If she could keep it lower the second serve, excuse me. If Iga could keep it lower into the forehand, I think she would have an easier third shot.
Oh, what a let off.
Yeah, I almost prefer the second serve if she's going to kick it, that it goes into the backhand, because then at least you can really accelerate and then try and get it above Coco's shoulder. Whereas if you're going kick to the forehand, you see how much angle Coco has to work with to cut it off. But she doesn't really have that slice second serve on the deuce side.
Team Poland. Ball change, please. New balls.
Iga breaking clear in the second set, and Sister Margaret absolutely
Team
loving
Poland
it.
leads by 4 games to 2.
She brought the banner out here tonight. And do with all the support that you can get.
What a hung.
She threw a double fault in the last service game. It slightly opened the door for Świątek. Eased a little of the pressure. She find that from? This is insane speed, isn't it?
The speed, but also the balance in the shot as well. She doesn't actually move her upper body. She just runs at full speed, keeps the upper body straight. So well done.
30-15.
We're so lucky, aren't we, to have her in our sport. She, apparently some of her track records in Dade County in southern Florida from her junior days still exist. She still holds them. She could have been a basketballer. Dad was a college basketball at Georgia State. Thankfully, she chose tennis.
And again, that running forehand is just so strong. She can play it with an angle. She can take it down the line. I do think Iga would actually be better off aiming it for the center, and then if she goes there, only going for a winner, not trying to open the court, because that's where Coco is just so good.
Game team United
Goff
States.
staying close in the second set.
Team Poland leads by 4 games to 3.
Shrink the court a little bit. She might go to your forehand, not important, but you can crush it with her forehand. Make her feel that. Good, play great. Play great.
How right you are, Andrea, about the balance.
Upper body.
Extraordinary.
What kind of core strength does she have? She must be planking for 12 minutes straight.
Second set delicately poised. Świątek up a break, but Goff has just broken the run of 3 games from the pole. Coaches captain Mike Russell and coach JC certainly speaking a lot more than they were on previous changeovers.
Time.
Iga with a very slight advantage in this second set.
Yeah, I put my eavesdropping skills to good use again there. And Mike Russell was telling Coco to squeeze the court a bit with the second serve return. I'm assuming it's more for this deuce side when she's taking that second serve return on the forehand to cut the angle off even more.
Love. Thank you. Love.
It's a great point from Coco, but just these last 2 points, it's felt like Świątek's taken a bit of pace off that first serve, probably to try and keep the percentage higher than it has been.
That's on the 7th point that Świątek's lost in the second set behind her serve first and second.
30 all.
Putting Michael Russell's game plan to good use here. Doing a bit more on the second serve, Coco Gauff, as the captain of Team USA has told her in the change of ends.
Captain Russell certainly picked his moment, didn't he, to get in the mix. Can Gauff get back on level terms right here? Unreal. This is absolutely nuts.
Insanity, insanity. The quality of play here is just...
How are you going to save break points like that?
Oh my goodness, honestly, you just calm the pandemonium down here in the Ken Rosal Arena. We're back at deuce.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Well, it almost looked as if the ball on Świątek's baseline was long. What did you think, Laura?
Very, very back of the line. Can't argue with ELC, of course.
No. The back edge of the back edge. Another tough service game for Świątek.
Iga there using the backhand out of the center of the court. Unusual, but she's trying to get it a bit flatter into that Coco Gauff forehand. As Coco has been handling those topspin shots of Iga's forehand so well today. Trying to get a bit different trajectory on the ball. These just don't bother her any longer. So many players have trouble with that Iga Świątek forehand, but Coco Gauff just gets underneath it.
That one just wasn't deep enough, though.
That's true, yeah. And then great acceleration of the wrist. Uses her body weight. And on we go.
Thank you.
Third juice in this game.
Good stuff, this.
Advantage, team
Goff,
United
relentless.
States.
And she's found her way to another break point.
Yes. Thank you.
It's too good from Goff.
Advantage, Team United States.
How much better is this going to get tonight before we write the final chapter? Oh my goodness. Another break point in this game. There's the break.
Game, Team United States. Games on.
Longest game of the contest, possibly the best so far.
10 minutes of the highest intensity in this sport. And now the question will be who can keep up the intensity.
Thank you.
We like to round up our numbers from here. Momentum with the young American.
There's a bit of a look after that point to Danielle Collins as well.
That was hit with a bit of rage there, Laura.
59.
Yeah, to be fair, Danielle's been real vocal throughout this contest, which you would expect. She wants her teammate to win, but they obviously have a bit of back and forth from the last 12 months, so just a brief look.
That is a bit strange. I wonder
30,
if,
15.
I think it's the right leg.
yes, if physically something is going on, because you rarely ever see her just smash a return like this on first serve.
It was taped, the final set with Katie Bolter, and yesterday against Eravakina. She's going all out here.
40-15. game, Team United States.
The calmest person in the building, takes the lead in this second set.
Team United States leads by 5 games to 1.
I feel like there might be a trainer here.
Ice goes on the thigh, on the right thigh.
Yeah, trainer's coming on. Almost surprising. Yeah, you just heard her complaining about how her legs feel. Almost surprising to see her not start the match with the tape.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I agree, Laura.
It's the other leg, guys. The assessment's happening on the left, and the last few days we've seen the right thigh taped. Because of the location, she will leave the court.
She's in very good hands with Carol Doherty, who has been on the tour
one of the best
a very long time. It's a little worrying, though, ahead of the first major, that she's got these niggles.
And Coco Gauff really tested both these legs in that almost 10-minute game.
It's been so physical, hasn't it?
It was so physical.
I mean, this is where women's tennis is at and is going. I mean, these two are so fast and so strong. You think, where do you hit the ball these days? Where do you go?
And it's not only, especially these two playing
Ladies
each other,
and
it's not that they are only now.
For your information, Iga Swiatek has left the court for off-court medical treatment.
So they'll begin an assessment, and then once the leg's been assessed, there will be a 3-minute potentially treatment.
But sorry, just what I was saying is that yes, they are hitting the ball hard. Yes, they are great defensive movers, but both of them have been using the entire court so well. We saw so many angles, so many long distances to be sprinted by these players. And honestly, I can't remember me doing that, and I retired 2 years ago. I think women's tennis has progressed so quickly in the last 3-4 years. Also, if you think of Aryna Sabalenka, what an athlete she is, Zhang Qianwen, the top 5 in the world, Jasmine Paolini with some of the most explosive muscles on tour. The WTA has done strides in athletic progression, and it's really marvelous to watch.
Oh, interesting. Mike Russell's asking the chair umpire, is she allowed to hit returns? I don't think anyone's ever asked that before.
And that's the attention to detail, isn't it, from Mike Russell, what you were talking about earlier, Laura?
Well, it makes sense because Swiatek's going to come out and try and serve to stay in the match, which I think it's difficult for her to be able to do that after such a long delay. By the time they come down to it, it's going to be 7-8 minutes. He's given it a good go here.
How can you say no to that face?
He's putting on all the charm that he possesses. Nicely played here.
I feel like this is a great position for Coco to be in, though. You just have a free swing at the return, don't you? As long as you're staying warm.
Well, and you rarely ever have an entire team on the bench who could serve to you.
Exactly.
So that's why you probably haven't seen this kind of request yet.
I love the thinking. Of course, Mike Russell was top 60 in the world when he was on the tour, and he is famous for his debut at the French Open, where he made the 4th round and he had match points against the defending champion on the Philly Shutter, Gustavo Kuerten. And in the end, he was 2 sets to love up match points and ended up losing in 5. And you can look at this on the internet, and Guga, as we affectionately know him, drew a massive heart
I remember
on one side of the court and lay in the middle of it. The French fans went berserk. I mean, the love they had for Guga.
And I will tell you what kind of man Michael Russell is. Michael Russell had chronic knee pain when he was playing, and he would get up every morning at 6 a.m. to ice his knees for 2 hours before he could go to practice. This is the attention to detail.
How did you know that?
He used to play doubles.
If you don't mind me asking.
I was next to him looking at him.
I was going to say.
No, Michael Russell is a married man. No, my coach actually played doubles with him for a while when he was still playing, and he told me this. And he always tried to, when I was complaining about things I had to do, he would always tell me this story. Some players have this kind of dedication. Yeah. What have you to bring to the game?
I love that. I love that. Who was your coach at the time?
Peter Popovich.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic.
But you can like move around and stuff.
Go, be ready for her to fire it up.
You got it.
We are awaiting Iga Świątek, who has popped off court for some medical treatment. Not to her right thigh, which was the other night against Katie Bolter. It's eagle-eyed Laura spotted that it's the left side now. And she certainly has had a very physically demanding opener to the season, pushed all the way by a brilliant match by Katie Bolter, and then had to work very hard against Rybakina 6 and 4. And again, that was a physical match only yesterday.
And you and Laura were watching some of her practices. She was, before the tournament began, she was out there on the court. The first few days she was warming up for up to an hour. So she clearly was still in time of preparation here, put probably more work on the court than you usually would during a tournament. And the adductor, so it looked like it's the adductors, we obviously don't know, but
She's
there
back.
is the tape on the left thigh this time. Is usually the muscle that starts to go when you're exhausted.
Effectively, she's been playing the matches and she's been training as well all the way through this event. Well, this is where we are. She broke in the 4th game of this second set to go ahead 3-2, was broken back. Now serving to stay in this first singles here. One of 3 matches potentially in this final. A little tentative, but got away with it.
15 love.
Her first of the contest.
18 all. 15-14.
This has been an action-packed hour and 50 minutes. Team USA and Coco Gauff at match point. It's first strike, Team USA.
6-4, 6-4.
Gauff now with back-to-back victories over Iga Swiatek. Straight sets tonight in an hour and 51. And she gives the Americans the early advantage.
And what a match she's played. She is excited about her level of game, and she should be so consistent, so powerful, so good.
We've been treated tonight, haven't we? From some of the best of Coco.
Absolutely. That was a fun, unfortunate with the hampered thigh in the very end, but up until then it was a beautiful contest to watch. It was so much fun, so much athleticism. And can you believe she's 20 years old?
No, I mean, she's been out there for 5 years already.
Her mind is like she's lived 17 lives already.
She is
so strong.
She is a very special young woman. Iga's got a hell of a lot out of this United Cup as well, but Coco was absolutely magnificent. Let's hear all about it. She's with Laura.
Coco, congratulations. You've got the head start for your team going 1-love into the next match, but this particular head-to-head has been tough for you. Slowly but surely, you're turning the tide now. 2 matches in a row, 2 wins against Iga. What has changed for you?
I think just confidence. I think I have the belief that I'm one of the best players in the world, and when I play good tennis, it's hard for me to be. And today, I think I played great tennis, and I'm happy to get a point on my board for Team USA. It was tough today, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of Polish fans, and I appreciate the atmosphere, and thank you to the US fans, especially the ones up here that were carrying.
They did good work in here. It was super loud for both of you. I think I make that 17 wins from the last 20 matches for you. You talk about confidence. What belief does that give you at the tough moments when you're facing breakpoint or it's a tough game, especially towards the end? There was a 10-minute game. What does that change in your game?
I think for me, I think I just realized the worst thing that can happen today is that I lose. And, you know, especially in this type of format, even if I lose, we still have a chance to win. So I just said I'm going to give myself my best effort, and I think that's all the team, can ask of me.
And we want to know what the core workout is, because how you are able to pick up the most ridiculous shots and still stay balanced and still look like it's easy. What's been the off-season routine for you?
I mean, my fitness coach, Stefan, he loves to do a lot of core, and I honestly give him...
We can tell.
Yeah, I honestly give him a lot of crap for it because they're mostly boring exercises, but, I guess it's there for a reason, so shout out to Steph with all the core. Off season, I mean, I've been able to hold a plank for like 3 or 4 minutes since I was like 10 years old, so maybe it was like born in me, I don't know.
It's working. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Next up, Taylor's coming out here. You must be excited to see him try to get this done for you without even getting to the mixed doubles.
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in Taylor, and I know he has a lot of confidence in his health. And yeah, honestly, I think the ball is in his court, and I think he's, you know, one of the best players in the world for a reason. And when he's believing in himself and being positive, he's pretty much, I think, almost impossible to beat.
You looked impossible to beat tonight. Please give it up for Coco Gauff. What a match that was.
She is getting better and better, and aren't we lucky to have her in our sport? Not only a brilliant athlete, so intelligent, articulate, and oh my goodness, what a role model for all those young players coming up. And you're right, let's remember she's 20. Very little phases her.
If I could have 1% of her poise, I would be a very happy person in my life.
I'll join you in that.
I'm very glad that I gauged that she can plank for 12 minutes, and she said she can plank 4 minutes since she was 10 years old, so I imagine 12 minutes is nothing for her.
I think that would be a good contest, wouldn't it? Who can plank the most in the women's top 10 for the longest?
That would be fun.
Andrea, it was great. Again, another women's singles delivers, but before we go, let's have a look at the numbers.
Yeah, let's have a look at the numbers, and one that stands out to me, 8 forehand winners on the Coco Gauff side, 12 on Iga Swiatek's, and if you ever complain about Coco Gauff's forehand, again, please watch this match.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Laura. The Americans halfway there to the trophy.
It's time to introduce the players into Ken Rosal Arena for this men's singles match at the United Cup final. Please welcome from Team Poland, Hubert Hurkacz. And from Team USA, Taylor Fritz.
Welcome back to the United Cup, and a warm welcome to both the players. Taylor Fritz looking to try and close things out here tonight for a second time for Team USA, who won the first edition of the United Cup. And he has that opportunity courtesy of what was a absolutely beautiful clash between Goff and Świątek, with Goff coming out on top in a couple of sets. But that bodes well for their rivalry, and it certainly bodes well for Team USA's chances tonight. Hubie Hurkacz has started to find a little bit of form after a couple of tough opening matches that he dropped. It was Iga Świątek who bailed Team Poland out on that occasion. Tonight, he is going to have to dial in against somebody that he's lost to 3 out of the 4 times they faced each other previously.
Hello, how are you? Good. So just after the coin toss, 2 nice pictures. Like usual, net sensor TV changeovers. If you want assistant with the towel boxes, we have assistant in the corners, okay? So keep an eye on the clock, it's automatically. Any question about anything? So already, who? Ask Hubie.
Hubie, AO, Jordan, you go.
AO, okay? Put AO up in there. Wow, good flip. Third, you stay. So nice. So picture together. First, ordering.
When the United Cup was being devised, these were the kind of evenings that they were thinking about would unfold and occur, and it has already proved to be a dramatic one in the opener. Whether these two can produce the same kind of blockbuster entertainment, we'll wait to find out. They certainly both have the capabilities of being able to do that. This man, of course, residing outside of the world's top 10 at the moment, but he has been a stable member of it for a large portion of the last couple of years, landing at number 6 in the world in August of last year, Hubie Hurkacz, and has only really fallen down the rankings because of the injury sustained at Wimbledon last year against Artifice in the second round. That meniscus surgery happening on July the 15th. He managed to work his way back onto the match courts by the Canadian Masters 1000 3 weeks later, which was somewhat of a miracle, but he has been searching for a little bit of form. He's also brought in a couple of new coaches to try and guide him. We'll talk about that a little bit more. This man, however, has just come off the best career year. He is world number 4, and it is all upside at the moment for Taylor Fritz. Upside for you at home as well is that Jim Courier is going to be here with me.
Yeah, we'll have Todd Woodbridge courtside as well. So looking forward to getting this one underway, Petch.
And 3 minutes.
It's been a while since somebody's been able to finish inside the world's top 5 from a US perspective. James Blake back in 2006 was the last man to finish inside the world's top 4. It's been an incredible progression for Taylor in the last 12 months. Final of the US Open, and of course finalist in Turin at the best of the best event of the year. End champs coming up second best on both of those occasions to Yannick Sinner. But he has been better than Hubie Hurkacz, as I said, in 3 out of the 4 meetings that they've had previously. And why is that, Jim, do you think, quickly?
Because once they get into the baseline exchanges, he quite simply hits the ball more accurately and with more speed. Hurkacz, more massage artist off the ground, although he is trying to change that this season. And we'll get into that as the match gets underway as well.
And 2 minutes.
Well, a couple of big headline matches, and it has brought the fans out here to west of Sydney. It is a capacity crowd under the roof here at the Ken Rosewall Arena, and Stars and Stripes have certainly got the advantage. 27-year-old with it all to do. Well, I'm delighted to say that a man that has guided this man so successfully over the last few years is with us to talk to us. Michael Russell, congrats on becoming the Coach of the Year last year. Congrats on everything you've done with Taylor. How is he feeling?
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, no, he feels good. Obviously, unusual turn of events last night, but Taylor competed so well, fought to get through that, and he's really excited for today's match.
And what, Mike, it's Jim, what have been the keys in the matches where he and Hubie have squared off? He's gotten the better of him 3 out of 4 times, Taylor has.
Yeah, I mean, both guys are serve bots. You know, there's going to be only a couple points differential, and Taylor's done a good job of really capitalizing in tiebreakers and just gritting down some returns and making Hubie play some of those extra shots.
And obviously, Mike, for you guys, it was a little bit of a change that Poland didn't have to do coming from Perth to Sydney. What did Taylor say after his match yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it was just heavy conditions, humid. Ball doesn't go as quickly through the court. You got to work a little harder, a little more physical. But he felt good. So he's ready to go today, and he knows what to expect conditions-wise.
Well, we'll let you get back to business. You guys need one more. Good luck, Mike.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, good luck.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mark.
Here's a little stat for you, Jim, that I was digging into against guys, and again it kind of leads into just how well Taylor is playing these days and how much he's improved on his return to serve. I was having a look at his record against guys 6'4" and taller on Tennis Abstract, which is Jeff Sackman's side, which is just phenomenal for everything. Started off his career and he was 19 wins, 18 losses against big servers. Since Monte Carlo of 2023, he's gone 22-4 against big servers. The only people that have got him are Medvedev, Poprin, Korda, and Zverev.
And you put that down to him adjusting his return to serve position a little deeper over the years?
Absolutely.
Buying a little bit
2022 was when he went back, added 8 Ks, and now on his return to serve, look at where he's standing right now. And that has been the big differential for Taylor. Will it be tonight? Team Poland have to win.
Taylor standing quite deep for that first return, doing his job, just getting it back in play. That's going to be the key. How many returns can you make and get back to even in the rallies? Because you'll see a lot of that from both of these players tonight. As Mike Russell was mentioning, coach of Fritz, captain of Team USA, he knows how amazing Hurkacz's serve rhythm can be.
Just got a little sonar pip about his form in his match against Shevchenko. Of course, a rough start against Ruud, lost to Mahic in 3 sets, looked a little bit out of sorts. Hurkacz at that moment got a tough win over Billy Harris. But there were signs of life in his previous match, and he started off in a similar fashion. Mike Russell, incidentally, was in the gym yesterday with me, and it was a little bit of a humbling experience with the way that he is built and what he lifts. Today, however, I was in the gym with somebody that made me look like an Olympic gold medalist. Good evening, Todd.
At least I've got one.
Ah, that's a nice little riposte. Good for you. Don't take it lying down.
Never, never. Yeah, I'm not in my golden days, but look, it was good to see us both sweating.
Yeah, who's going to be sweating, do you think, the most in this one?
Well, I give the lead to Taylor in this one. When you look at them both, they both got very good serves. They both hold serve well. But when you get off the ground, the forehand's bigger, more accurate, more damaging from Taylor Fritz. And I think he's more consistent at this point. You know, he's won a lot of matches this United Cup. And I think Hubie's still looking for that form, although he's starting to find it.
Taylor Fritz has made incremental progress seemingly every year, just really getting close to fully maximizing his potential. Perhaps a little more comfort at the net, finishing points a little better with the drop shot. About the only two areas you'd really be looking at if you're part of his coaching team. But for Hubie Hurkacz, she got out the whiteboard in the offseason and the eraser and just kind of went back to scratch, didn't he? Brought in two new coaches. We'll see Nicholas Massoud, who coached Dominic Thiem to the U.S. Open title, also won Olympic gold in singles and doubles in the Athens game. So he's come on board as the full-time coach, and Yvonne Lindell as the consultant, who won't travel much but is adding impact. And then he rocks up here, and he's not wearing his Yonex shoes and clothes or playing with the Yonex racket. Everything's different. Adidas kit, Wilson racket. He's trying to get to the level that Taylor Fritz has gotten to, get to a major final and then some. This is that push from Hurkacz now to say, okay, I've been really good. I've been 6th in the world. How do I get better? So he's kind of jumping out of the safety boat, and he's going to swim with some sharks and see what happens. Not that Nico and sharks, I quite like both of them, but you know what I mean. He's taking a risk is what I mean.
Big differential in terms of style. That's one beautiful thing about this game, which is why it is incredibly difficult to win Grand Slams over a couple of weeks with different weather, 7 different styles of opponents potentially. Hurkacz, yes, with the fast serve, but very, very sort of passive at times off the ground with his pace. It's about a 10-mile-an-hour differential tonight off the backhand side compared to what Taylor was feeling from Mahic yesterday, and about 5 off the forehand side. So Taylor's going to have more time on the ball, but he is going to have to try and produce the pace.
Game Team United States.
He can produce those at will.
Actually, if you look at the average speed of shot in the United Cup for Taylor Fritz, his forehand is massive. It's enormous. 125 kilometers an hour on average. His backhand's big too at 118. In fact, his backhand matches pretty much Hurkacz's forehand speed. Hurkacz likes to absorb the pace and kind of work with his opponents. He'll get a chance to get plenty of pace coming his way today. This player's still looking for some accuracy, spraying the ball a little bit early on in these rallies. It's a shot that's really started to come to life for Hurkacz, the forehand. It was really shaky the first couple of matches he played here. Missed a lot of forehands trying to go to that direction down the line.
In Team Poland.
But once again, signs that he has found the rhythm on the forehand side in the early skirmishes between these two. It is Hurkacz that leads 2-1. Well, we've seen Team Poland out and about at the tidal pool, but we're going to get you out and about back to the harbour, which is the aquatic playground for the Sydney side. There's about 20 swimmable beaches. There's 4 bridges across it, of course, a couple of iconic buildings there with the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge, which, of course, on New Year's Eve was absolutely packed with 1.5 million visitors coming to this wonderful place. Place where you can just look out west where we are and see the sun setting across the water. As you can see, just this is a hive of activity. It really has been well attended over these 10 days.
Food and beverage is at a premium right now as everyone refuels after the women's singles and gets ready to lock in for the men.
Taylor with over 50 wins again for a second consecutive season. 54 last year, 53 in 2024. The last American to have got a couple of back-to-back 50-win season was actually James Blake all the way back in 2006 and 2007. The success of American men right now, it's hard to believe, isn't it, that just back in 2021 in May, there was no American male ranked inside the world's top 30. 5 in the top 30 right now.
Yeah, nice to see Riley Opelka, who has been as high as top 20 in the world, coming back from pretty severe injury issues and playing in the final this evening in Brisbane as well. Big win over Novak Djokovic for the rangy American. Great to have him back in the fray. He's part of the foursome, the fearsome foursome led by Taylor Fritz with Francis Tiafoe and Tommy Paul as well, that grew up together battling in the juniors, as we see Iga and Coach Wim Facette trying to cool down and get some of the lactic acid out of the muscles. J.C. Iga needs to come back out, play some mixed. She'll be hoping to do that, I would imagine.
Both these two players with 8 career titles. Taylor winning last year in Delray and Eastbourne. Hurkacz picking up the lone title on the clay in Estoril.
Mike Russell's been on the road with Taylor for quite some time. They do have another coach, Paul Annacone, fine player in his own right, coach of Sampras and Federer as well. He's been heavily involved with Taylor, helping develop his game, and it's as I mentioned, it's pretty darn near fully developed.
30. In Team United States.
One of the things that you're going to have to do if you are going to get yourself up the ranking where Taylor is, and that's what Hurkacz is doing, is get yourself past top teners at the major. And probably no surprise that the one time he made the semi-finals of a major, which was back in 2021 for Hurkacz, was when he managed to pick up his only couple of wins against top teners. That was Medvedev and Federer on that occasion. He's lost his other 9. And I bring that up because that's been one of the significant changes for Taylor in recent times. Started off his career against top tenors at the majors, just the 1 win out of 15 since Roland Garros 2024, where he lost to Casper Ruud. He's 3-1 since.
Todd, what do you think is the thing that has maybe held Hurkacz back from having those big wins in majors so far?
Well, I think it's the power off the ground. You know, he doesn't have as big a shot as what, say, Taylor Fritz has. If he can get the ball back into play, I think those top tenors feel that they can cover him in every other space. We saw it a little bit even in the first match here with Casper Ruud, who, as soon as Casper described it, I'm being a goalie in football, soccer, and just trying to get the return back. Once I get it back, then I feel I have an upper hand. That's exactly what has just happened in that rally there. And I think he's got to try to find some more pace. You guys have been talking about pace off the ground, because he just gives them a little more time to, you know, find a gap and lean and step in, exactly as Taylor just did in that replay.
Well, one of the reasons pace is hard for him historically is he's also one of the flattest hitters in men's tennis off the ground.
Phenomenal tennis. So much power from Taylor Fritz early on in the exchange, but it was the perseverance that won out in the end.
Well, you can see how well Hurkacz covers the court for his size. He's big, but not able to fend off all of these body blows from Team USA. And here come the first breakpoint chances of the match. 2 of them for Taylor Fritz.
United States.
They're in an ideal situation already, Team USA. They're in an even better one right now as Fritz claims the first break. 3-2.
Cue cards, yeah.
Fritz is generally a wealth of information in this type of environment where the mics are hot, and he has the ear of Mike Russell. He's the one who likes to speak.
It's a nice healthy discussion between Mike and Taylor at the change of ends. I know Taylor doesn't like on-court coaching. He told me that to my face in London at the Labour Cup when I asked him about it. But when he is in the situation and there's nothing else to do, he loves to have an analytical discussion about what's happening. At the moment, he's been perfect. Hurkacz hasn't started badly. Taylor just a little sharper.
Hurkacz held the love twice, and then boom, lost 4 points. And that's what it takes.
going to be interesting to
15
see
love.
what Masu and Lendl in combination decide to do with his return, Jim. He's not historically been somebody that nicks too many points off servers, particularly big servers. I feel like he could take a leaf out of Taylor's book and go backwards. Milos Raonic had his best season ever, the big server, in 2016 by going back deeper by a meter.
13 love.
I think a lot of the issues that have caused him to be one of the lower players as far as breaking serve in men's tennis, he's one of the least successful at breaking, is really more about what happens once the return's in play. It's more about, can he be damaging with his forehand? And that's where their big focus has been. That's why he changed rackets. He and Nicolas Masu told us this week that one of the big reasons that they are switching to that Wilson racket is it gives them a little bit more power and a little bit more spin, and you need the spin to control the power, right? I mean, when you're a flat ball striker, you can't swing that hard at the ball. You need topspin to be able to control pace, and he's added 5% more topspin on his forehand with this new racket and string combination he's using. That's a great first step. Now he needs time on the court to get used to it and to trust it, and then to start accelerating more and more on his forehand. He needs to add, in my estimation, 5 to 7 kilometers an hour of speed on his forehand.
Game Team United States.
And that's a huge amount, by the way. That's hard to do. But if you want to compete in rally with players like Taylor Fritz and go toe-to-toe with them, that's what it's going to require.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just also wonder whether sometimes after his return he's too close. He loves to hug the baseline, as you say, because he is such a smooth hitter and rhythmic, and he doesn't necessarily hit it that hard. He can hang near the baseline and kind of use your pace. As he nicks that point for toe. But that point there, I almost felt was a good example of what I'm saying. When you're that close to the baseline consistently and you get good depth like Taylor did, you have to kind of massage the ball.
Well, if you have more racket head speed and you can create more power with the control of additional spin, you don't have to hug the baseline to do damage. The reason he stands in close is he's trying to replicate a more powerful shot that would take place further from the baseline, right?
40 love.
How fast you get the ball onto your opponent, it doesn't really matter if you stand inside the baseline and hit it, I don't know, pick your number, 100 kilometers an hour, and then you stand 10, 3 meters behind the baseline. You're going to have to hit it harder to replicate that. So he's doing an amazing job with what he's got. They're trying to give him something else, which is what he's going to need to lift.
Coco Gauff gave Team USA the lift by taking care of the world number 2, Iga Świątek. It is Fritz that still has the advantage over Hurkacz in this opening set. Just the one game separating them, but it's a big one, the break.
possible and step into it. Like it. You can't do it. You might lift it. Yeah. I feel like someone who's going to run there for the backhand, I can look for forehand.
If you hit it deep in the backhand, he's going to have to pull up the other backhand. That's right. Good energy, good focus, good back.
Also, Wookie on the ad side. I think Wookie's looking for a forehand on the second.
Oh, on your second.
Yeah, like they kind of know it's body.
The time.
General gist of this changeover has been that things are pretty good for the opening 25 seconds. They didn't even speak, but Taylor felt the need to say something. He was talking a little bit about the ad side there, that he maybe can find a forehand a little bit more. And I don't know if Michael was saying the off forehand perhaps, but so far so good for Taylor Fritz.
Left, second service. $15 long.
Fritz waited a long time to match his peer group of Americans who had reached the semifinals of a major. Tommy Paul did it in Australia. Francis Tiafoe in the US Open. Ben Shelton did it in Australia as well. And Fritz bided his time, got to the semifinals, and then went one further to the finals of the US Open last year before Jannik Sinner clipped him. He was the second most famous Taylor in the building for that match because Taylor Swift came to see it as well.
13-15.
But he desperately wants to be the guy to be the next, after Andy Roddick, the next American man to win a major.
Hear Taylor talk about his first celebrity crush in the diary room. They've been doing so nicely during the United Cup over in Perth, and they were asking all the players who their first celebrity crushes were. He goes Lindsay Lohan, and there I am in the middle of my US Open final, and she goes up on the big screen. He's with Morgan Riddle these days, of course, but he said, it went through my head. Here I am in the biggest moment of my life, and she's watching me lose. Got to do more with that return.
30.
Yeah, I'm watching Hubie's return. He doesn't look like he picks a spot. Like he doesn't make a distinctive choice on a return. I'm going to hit this there. It's sort of, I'm just going to hit it over anywhere. And he doesn't serve like that. He's got to take the same mentality that he serves with into the return. I think that would help immensely.
United States.
Well, there's an implied threat when Taylor Fritz is returning serve that if you leave something for him to rip, he will rip it. And I don't think that Fritz feels that same threat from Hurkacz, even on second serve returns. That one is just coming right back through the middle of the court. That one was a good serve. Hurkacz has had a great run as a player who's been living basically between 6 and 15 in the world for the last several years. And he could stay there playing the same way. It's going to be fascinating to see what comes of the moves that his team will make in the next 6 months as they gradually bring in new concepts. Can't do it all at once. got it. Dropped in. Fritz stuck out a paw, and that thing found the line.
At 15-all.
Different return position from Fritz there, right on top of the baseline for that first serve, and at 214K, that got to him in a hurry. The average speeds, first serve, fastest first serve speed, pretty big for both. Not sure why he's trying that.
14-15.
Definitely does have that shot in his locker, not this time.
30.
The deeper return position gave Fritz time on the ball to get the return in play, and then he had a wonderful lob. And yeah, this guy can knock down tweener after tweener. Didn't time that one perfectly though.
And Team Poland.
Terrific first serve, gives him one last chance to try and salvage this opening set. Team USA will serve for it.
United States is 5-4.
Michael Russell happy with things. Masu is the man that is charged with trying to find a solution. Todd, the opening set pretty much playing out how we expected it to.
Yeah, I think so. You can just see, as we mentioned, if the ball gets back into play, Taylor's just got the upper hand in all of those rallies. And one of the key things that's still building for Hurkacz really is his movement. He's getting caught quite a lot going back behind. You can get him like that at the moment. That's got to do with strength and confidence because of what's happened with the knee, some surgery in the fluid and so on. And also confidence because you're not reading it as well. But that's where he needs a better weighted shot so that he isn't pushed around the baseline as much during these longer rallies.
Hopefully his mind's not drifting back to 12 months ago when he was in this exact location at the Ken Rosewall Arena. Hubie Hurkacz, of course, had a couple of championship points for Team Poland to win the United Cup against Sasha Zverev. Unable to close it out tonight. He needs to dig deep, try and turn around this encounter and potentially come back to win the mixed doubles. To 30 all a couple of times in this opening set, but he's offered an awful lot that I think will be worrying Taylor as he steps up to try and put this opening set to bed.
Ready for play, thank you.
And that's the other thing that I think they've really got to work on the return. We talked about it throughout the tournament with Hurkacz, is that he changes grip really late in the process. Just about as his opponent Taylor, he's about to make contact with the ball, he makes a grip change on the racket and he gets caught a lot of the time. That last one out wide just need to be a simple block, but he can't with the grip he's got. It's just the wrong grip. If you're going to hit a neutral one, you have to have more of a volley grip if you're going to block, and he has a full forehand grip. You can see here he starts, that's neutral there, but then the last minute he then piles it in underneath and switches it. There he goes right there. That can work on the backhand grip because he's got a lot of left hand, but it does not work for a flat block. It makes it very inconsistent, can't get the racket face on the ball. So, you know, that's something that our cameras pick up, you know, quite easily, and something that they need to really talk about and work on.
A 40-15.
It's not taking long for Team USA to get on the brink of an opening set. 33 minutes. Set points.
First set, Team United States.
Taylor Fritz puts Team USA 1 set away from the United Cup.
6-4.
Nice clean set of tennis from Taylor. He wasn't really under any sort of pressure on his own serve. That left him free to concentrate and work out a way to break the Hurkacz serve, which of course he did. As we roll through the credits, both players doing a nice job with their first serves.
Yeah, you'd look at these numbers and you think, wow, it must have gone to a tiebreaker. Hurkacz just had one game where it got away from him. One game that he lost 4 points, and he lost very few points on serve otherwise. He lost 6 in total for the entire set, but 4 of them came in one game. And with the scoring system we have, that's all it takes. And Taylor Fritz, well, he didn't face a break point. Solid serving, limited his unforced errors, and just a better player once they're in these baseline rallies. Fritz trusts his backhand cross court. He'll stay in that rally all day long. Once he gets a forehand, he can explode and open the point up. And Fritz didn't need too many big winners, but he got enough. 8 winners for the set. Team USA needs one more set to lift the trophy again.
Low fives all round, but a high quality set of tennis from Taylor Fritz, although that is becoming his norm for the world number 4.
Time.
Right out of the gate. Come on. Hey, Taylor, come on.
Michael saying all the right things, doesn't really need to tell this man too much about having the right intensity right out of the gates, because that's something that comes very naturally to Taylor Fritz.
Second set, Team Poland to serve.
Predictor just shuffling a few more percentage points onto Taylor Fritz's chances of winning this.
Love 15.
There was Hurkacz going after the forehand in a way that before this year you just wouldn't see unless he was angry. And he wouldn't be angry the first point of the second set. He's trying to send a message there, but missed that one wildly.
Net for service.
It's the wrong shot from Hurkacz. hitting that and coming in down the line with not enough speed on it is going to almost always force a difficult volley. Would have been better off going big cross court, staying back in the rally. He just, at this point, doesn't simply have enough racket head acceleration on that down the line forehand to pull that off. And that's what he did better yesterday. He didn't hit it down the line as much in his comfortable win. A little more cross court where he is more comfortable accelerating over the low part of the net, pulling the ball across his body.
Still quite a few down the line, but as you say, a nice little uptick cross court, getting back into that rhythm. A fairly ordinary forehand from Hurkacz opens the door here early in the second set for Taylor Fritz. Well played. Great close. Massive moment.
And this is something I think he can really do too. He doesn't build enough pressure. He could build more pressure by utilising the net. He's so hard to pass. He's so hard to get over. He's got to find ways to build during this set and match.
Advantage.
Because what that does, it draws more errors from the opponent. At the moment, Taylor really feels comfortable at just keeping good depth from the baseline.
For service.
And when we looked at the set summary, he had not been into the net much at all, or had the opportunity to get through. Maybe that's because Fritz is so good with his depth. I mean, that he's keeping him back, but you've got to find a way to build pressure.
Just tucks that wide.
Team Poland.
Saves himself and Team Poland. Yeah, Masu, a little nod of his head, happy with that. But the bigger problem lying for Hurkacz. If I was working with him, I think this would be something that I would be looking at in terms of his position, not on his return. I think that's absolutely fine. I wouldn't mind him shuffling back a little bit, to be honest. This here is his next shot. So after he's defended a first serve from somebody like Taylor Fritz, on average tonight, that is where he's hitting his fourth shot. Well, sorry, the fourth shot of the rally, but his second shot. He has gone forward, but he's basically defending a first serve from Taylor, and yet they're feeling as though he can step up on the baseline.
Yeah, it's a byproduct of him feeling the need to take time away from Fritz in the rallies, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's almost a kamikaze move in a way against Fritz's overwhelming force after his first serve. Normally he's hitting a forehand on the next shot. So you're kind of running into a buzzsaw in a way.
Yeah, he needs to establish himself for a couple of shots and then get up there.
Fritz has won 15 out of 19 points when he's made a first serve. That's pretty darn good. Just like that. I mean, it's not going to matter where you stand when your return pops up like that. You're dead in the water. Fritz is just picking a side and pummeling it. But incrementally, I totally agree with you, Petch.
13 love.
Once again, just too much firepower from Fritz, and Hurkacz unable to control it back.
And 14 love.
Just good awareness from Taylor. Where Hurkacz was hugging the baseline on that 30 love point, he just pops in a nice quick 170 second serve.
One game.
He's got a good tennis IQ. He sure does. Comes from good stock. His mom, former top professional on the WTA Tour. His dad also played a little bit professionally, a college tennis coach. So it runs thick in Fritz's blood.
Love 15.
Thought you made a good point about building pressure. Taylor does a great job. We don't probably give him enough credit, particularly on second serve returns. He just doesn't give anything away.
No, I mean, he's kind of the study that Hurkacz has to look at, in my opinion. Taylor's so disciplined, yet when he is aggressive, it's controlled aggression. It's to a point that he's worked out and strategized, like the tennis IQ you've mentioned. And so he does build that pressure up his end of the court.
13-15.
It's also an implied pressure when you play Fritz. If you leave anything short in the court that he has a forehand option on, the point's probably pretty much over. He might miss it, but the chances of you getting back on offense are pretty slim. He knows if he has a kill shot, he goes right for it. And that can cause people to make different choices and miss more because they're trying to prevent that from happening. There's an aura about Fritz that he has earned.
Whatever complexities he's feeling internally at the moment, though, Hurkacz solves it on serve with another ace to bring up his second game of the second set. Yeah, a little chat between those two as they're going to, I think, take you to the zoo, Taronga Zoo, out on the northern banks of the Sydney Harbour. I'm sure it's a place that Todd Woodbridge knows pretty well. It has been established since 1916. Over 5,000 animals from 350 species. And it's certainly a nice little hop, skip and a jump over from the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge.
Well, I went there on a school excursion in the late 70s. I was in primary school still at that stage. But it is magnificent and it's improved greatly even since then.
What a great opportunity for Hubert Hurkacz to really gel with his coach, Nico Massou, new to his team, a chance to be in the fire together here at the United Cup for multiple matches. It's like it really does accelerate the relationship in a way. That's really important to develop trust. Hurkacz with a lot of aces in 2024 per match. Texas is a little further than California, where I came from, so kudos to you. Fritz from California, but resides in Miami. It's the Monte Carlo of the United States from a tax standpoint. It's where all the players base themselves to maximize their earnings. Yeah, a lot of players down there to practice with as well. Although Fritz isn't often home, he is a warrior on the road a ton.
It's one of the few American men that doesn't mind hopping it over to Monte Carlo after that swing in Indian Wells and Miami. Years ago, became the first American to reach back-to-back last eights there in Monte Carlo since Gerolaitis all the way back in 78 and 79.
This kid just loves to compete. He's got FOMO. If there's a tournament going on, he's got fear of missing out. He wants to be there and have a chance to win it. Taylor Fritz is never going to wonder at the end of his career what could have been. He is leaving it all on the field. That's a great skill to have.
15 love. And there's the lighthouse for American men's tennis right now as well. That's a great attitude to have at the top of the game. All the other players can lean into it. Sums up Taylor Fritz, that one entire rally. Twice he had to reset, having been on top, and yet he still comes out on top.
It also sums up why this is such a favorable matchup for Taylor Fritz. He's one of the supreme offensive players in the sport, but he's vulnerable to the big hitters who can push him hard into the corners, and that's not what Hurkacz is capable of doing apart from the serve. So Fritz is able to stay in those rallies and eventually bring out the artillery. This is a moment here of interest for both players. A little friction on the Hurkacz service game at 15-30. Fritz trying to rough him up here.
That is incredible. Such an important moment in the match, and look at this feathery touch here from Hurkacz. Special.
Team Poland.
And just like his last service game, he seals it with an ace. What a phenomenal flourish to that 5th game of this 2nd set from Hurkacz, 3-2.
Come on.
Well, we did say he had some trick shots up his sleeve at times. Hurkacz, more about the tweener than it was about this kind of shot that came up, but he kind of snuck in under the radar. He had a lot of work to do from back there, Jim.
It had to be that good because Fritz dipped it down on him and was hard charging for the pass +1, the 2-shot combination. He was expecting to have a forehand to hit there, and then all of a sudden Hurkacz just pulled the rug out from underneath him in that point. That was brilliant.
Game's gone in the 2nd set, and Hurkacz doing everything he can just to keep a little bit of scoreboard pressure on Taylor Fritz. Taylor's been playing downwind for the majority of this match, but at 3-2 and suddenly 4-3, and the pressure of trying to close this United Cup out, perhaps things can turn around for Team Poland, and Iga Świątek can possibly come back out onto court and have a little redemption after a loss to Coco Gauff. Gauff, absolutely spectacular, and how good she has been in the last couple of months.
Thank you.
Gauff's she's the best player in the world right now. Won the tour finals at the end of the season. Had a win in Beijing as well, and undefeated here. Sabalenka, the true world #1, and the twice defending champion in Melbourne. Looking forward to seeing some big clashes there as well. But boy, if we see anything like what we saw tonight, we're in for a real treat here this month.
Sabalenka getting her run in judged to perfection title in Brisbane today. It's the conundrum he hasn't solved.
Let's take a look bottom right here at these speeds on the forehand and backhand. You can see, again, Fritz's backhand almost as lethal speed-wise as Hurkacz's forehand. That is a huge gulf, Todd Woodbridge, between the two.
Isn't it what? And I was thinking, you know how much I always like to see a slice backhand thrown in to mix things up. But gee, you have to be careful, don't you? That one that he put to Taylor there, it just got eaten up. So you've got to find ways, you know, to get that one short into the backhand as opposed to letting him get forehands.
Team United States, new balls, please.
But great serving from Taylor. Gee, he's mixing it up well. First point, he's gone a lot wide, and then that game there goes bang down the tee and gets an ace. But, you know, Hubie is giving a lot of free points on that wide serve to the forehand. He's getting his racket on it, but just getting nothing back into play. And if he does, it's then short and eaten up. So he's got to try to change up the positions. You've talked about it a lot, but he keeps going back to the same well at the moment. And if he's going to break serve or build some pressure, I think now is the time to go, okay, I'm getting nowhere with it. Change it up. Gee, the forehand down the line's good, isn't it, Jim? This one that he comes in here. So there's a few players that are in the top 10. You think about Sasha Zverev at times as one of those. That if he could possess that one and rifle it down the line, how much better his game might be.
Great defence out of the backhand corner. And then he pierces the defence's upper net of Hurkacz with the forehand.
Fritz has such great lag on his forehand, the wrist. The racket really whips through the target. And that allows him the ability to really redirect it line, go cross. He has much more flexibility with his forehand than Hurkacz or Sasha Zverev for that matter. And it's all due to the amount of wrist that he imparts on the swing. How he holds the racket by comparison. Chokes down on it comparatively. But that is sensational. That was such an important point. This guy's backhand down the line is an ATM. It just cashes checks. I mean, that thing prints money.
Get the sense that he's starting to infuse his fans with a little bit of belief that he may be able to steal this second set. Keeps coming up with the right shot at the right time. Taylor is ever getting right back to work. 7-5-2 down yesterday, a couple of match points against Mahach before turning things around. Turned it around so spectacularly. The match didn't even finish the second set in the end, pulling the ripcord down 6-5. A rare error off return from Taylor Fritz, an opportunity slipping by.
That was rare too on a couple of factors. Just the second time that Hurkacz has served and volleyed in a clean whiff on this half volley attempt.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Great defence from Hurkacz. Terrific atmosphere. 4-3, Team Poland, second set.
Team Poland is 4 games to 3.
He got the benefit of what was a rare missed shot selection there from Taylor Fritz.
Just wondering, these second serve points, what adjustments these players might need to make, because neither of them are having enough success when they're getting second serves, and that's when you have to really capitalize, because the first serves from both are so good. Thinking return to serve position for Taylor Fritz might need to go a little deeper so he can get a little more offensive, a little more aggressive with the return.
Did better or matched his performances at all 4 of the majors last year. Quarterfinal loss to Djokovic in Melbourne to start off the season, then made the 4th round of the French Open, lost to Casper Ruud, and then was back in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, lost to Musetti in 5 sets, as he had done against Nadal back in 2022. And then, of course, the championship match in New York that he came up second best against Jannik Sinner. Sometimes you get a player that breaks into the world's top 10 and you feel as though they're going to be transient, and then you get others that you feel are going to be fairly territorial, and that feels the way with Taylor. It doesn't feel as though he's going to leave anytime soon.
Taylor just having a few shoe issues there, doing some laces up, but I've got to say, from courtside, which we've been a lot with
the United States is allowed extra time to replace the shoelaces.
Mohamed Leani just explaining that. Sometimes these guys slide and break them, but Hubie has not looked this good the entire week. The ball coming off his frame is far more centered than what it's been. There's been a lot of mishits and the like, and where that ball's fallen short, you can see there that Taylor had snapped that lace, so that's why he was allowed to take a little bit more time to fix it all up. But these are good signs for Hubie in this second set, guys.
What a rally. A little hand-to-hand combat at the end. And one of the most exquisite forehand defensive slices you will see across the whole of the Australian summer.
Love 15.
Well, it's a shame you don't get bonus points for style, because that slice forehand there was incredible from Hurkacz, and the point just kept getting better and better. Look at that reflex volley, and then he goes right through Fritz. That should have been worth love 40, shouldn't it? Instead, it's love 15, and then Fritz snuffs it out, back to 15 all.
Hurkacz doing an unbelievable job on anticipation to keep himself in the rally. That was an awkward overhead. Fritz handled it well in the end. Hurkacz doing a great job here, Todd, of underlining what you just said prior to the game starting.
100%. It's just a different energy from him. But look, we've talked about his returns. The 2 forehand returns in this game, he's made a commitment just to have a more neutral grip and chip and block it into play, and it's been so much more effective. He's not guessing between whether he's going to drive the ball or block the ball. He's just said, okay, I'm getting it back this way. And that's too good on serve. Can't help that one, but decision making so much clearer. He's on the front foot as opposed to reacting, which he's had to do a lot to get back into the matches this week.
Team United States.
Valiant effort from Hurkacz on the returns in that game. Still no way past Fritz.
I said kudos to Fritz there, but you know, we talked about building pressure. That game built it as much as any that he's played throughout the entire United Cup. The back end of this set is completely pressurised. The atmosphere is enormous from courtside. Those couple of points, the crowd just going off.
Went through a period where he was slipping a lot out wide on the Jew side with his first serve, and you can see a couple of times in the last game Taylor's been a little late to the one down the tee.
30 love. Out. A 40 love.
The entertainment and intensity have gone up exponentially in the last 10 minutes. This man riding a wave of belief that he didn't seem to have in the opening set. Hurkacz 5-4, second set, still all to play for in Sydney.
Leads 5 games to 4.
Let's go back in time as we can here. Back to the future.
Yeah, this is when the roof nearly comes off. Just watch this slice forehand from Hurkacz and the angle he gets on it. This is a crazy squash shot. And Fritz does incredibly well just to extend the point with a squash shot of his own. And then Hurkacz plays goalie up at the net and finishes off. Fritz can only give a wry smile. It's just, this is getting good now, really good. Great anticipation, as you pointed out. He's here, he's there. Look at all this court coverage from the big fella.
And that's overhead. Gee, that was a skilled smash to control the ball under a difficult high lob. He wraps the racket around it, makes sure he gets it into play. So good then from Taylor.
Beauty of team competitions and mixed competitions highlighted and showcased so beautifully in the United Cup over the last 3 editions. Entertainment throughout the course of the 10 days here, but it is more important the entertainment between the lines on that rectangle, and right now it is at absolute fever pitch between these two. Hurkacz desperate to drag his side back into this final. Team USA potentially just a few games away from winning the United Cup for a second time.
Oh.
It's just so beautiful how Fritz lets that ball come deeper in his strike zone, takes it slightly later, and it creates that off angle of the forehand that even Hurkacz can't get his frame out to in time to handle.
Please. 30 love.
After the battles of the last service game, he understands the assignment here.
40 love.
Trying to sweep through this service game.
United States. Five games all.
Had a chance to talk to Captain Mike Russell of the USA in the warm-up of this match, and he said when these guys play, and they played 4 times, there are a lot of tiebreakers that take place. These guys both serve so well. It looks like where we're headed. We'll see if we get there.
Interesting, yeah, second serves from Hurkacz to Taylor when he comes up onto the baseline and he's already signaling he's going to be aggressive. He goes hard into the forehand then. Taylor gets a little caught with his own grip. He really wants the backhand, and he'll be much sharper mentally with his shot selections out on court, so he's going bang straight into that forehand side. He's actually getting a few errors off him.
Team point.
He looks unruffled with the intensity of the moment as Hubi Hurkacz rolls through that service game perfectly. 6-5. The winning account, Jim's had so many deposits from Taylor Fritz in the last couple of years that despite what happened at the opening part of that game where he missed somewhat surprisingly a couple of forehands, you know if we do end up in the breaker in a big moment, he's going to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, he's automated his game, which is what you want. When you have the weaponry that he has, his systems are locked and set to fire if he gets an open target.
I have to say, I feel as though that has crept into Hurkacz's game in the last sort of 20 minutes. It feels as though there's a little bit more security about what he's trying to achieve at the moment.
Especially on his backhand. That backhand down the line is Coco Gauff. comes up the tunnel. Wondering if she's going to be involved in a live mixed doubles match here.
Out west in the beautiful city of Sydney, under the roof of the Ken Rosewall Arena. Are we drawing to a conclusion, not just in the day, but at this year's United Cup?
Time.
Hurkacz and Team Poland certainly hope not. They're desperate to extend this match into a third set. Taylor Fritz would dearly love to wrap things up here in 2 sets. Fritz, a formidable force on the ATP Tour this year. 4 in the world. Hurkacz has been searching for the form that saw him 6 in the world last year. Rediscovered a little bit of it in the last few games.
Well, that was very clear, wasn't it, in the decision, what he wanted to do. Gave himself room hard through the centre deep, and it sets up that second forehand. It's the most clarity and best ball striking of this United Cup for Hurkacz.
Well, you feel at times in this United Cup he's been just shuffling sand around in the sandbox, looking for the solutions, and nothing's really changed. It's all come together.
30.
Fritz on the back foot.
3 missed first serves from the American. Real chance now for Team Poland.
Well, he did exactly what you've been saying, Jim, to go a little deeper on the second serves. No one was making any impact. Hurkacz.
Love 40.
What a time to earn your first break points that are also set points.
Second set, Team Poland.
He deserves that bit of fortune. That was a flawless game up until that stage.
1 set all.
And hope springs eternal for Team Poland as they grab the second. 7 games to 5. Well, it was only a few shots after, really, Todd, you said that this is the best you've seen him hit the ball, that things started to change.
Yeah, isn't it incredible? I mean, all of the things that we've talked about, picking a return spot, hitting it hard into that, and then going from there, he started to deliver. I felt he started to build pressure too by coming forward. Those net points that he played that got him out of trouble a couple of times. Everything was just, it was elevated to what we've seen from him, and that's what match play does for you, right? The second set summary, I think we talked it through in our commentary about how and why the sets unfolded. It's because of this sort of play, and that's what happens when you get to that scoreline, when you're serving to stay in the set. A couple of missed first serves, and then a clear mind from Hubie Hurkacz there, and bang, the set is theirs. And that is the type of tennis that he needs to play kind of day in, day out. If he can do that, there comes that question of, can he go on and win a major? That is such great tennis that we've just witnessed.
And the great tennis came together a couple of times in that second set when both were playing equally as well. Hurkacz has given Team Poland a chance here as Taylor Fritz once again spends the changeover with the shoe off, just giving that left foot just a little bit of a break. But the break coming for Hubie Hurkacz that has sent us into a deciding set. He looks a little undecided at times, a little unreliable throughout the course of the United Cup, not just tonight. That isn't the case now. Fritz with his hands full.
Hubie's stepping up to what he said a little earlier this afternoon, pitch to you and I, because you were there and I'd been in early to do a presentation rehearsal.
Nice humble brag, Todd.
Well, no, but listen, I had been given one script and I just worked through the script as I was told to do, and that script had USA winning. And Hubie came up to us in the lounge and said, "Hey, I heard you practicing." And I just want to tell you, I think we can win. I said, "I'm sure you can." He put me in my place big time. It wasn't all my fault. But he's certainly stepping it up now.
There's a lovely flow to his game.
It's amazing how much mirror images the opening two sets have been, because Fritz didn't win many points against Hurkacz's serve, and yet he won the set. Hurkacz only lost 6 points on his serve the entirety of the opening set, but 4 in one game. And Taylor Fritz, you know how many points he lost in the second set on his serve? 8. 4 in one game. That's it. So it's minuscule, the differences, but it's obvious to the eyes that Hurkacz is riding a wave of confidence right now and playing with a lot more freedom and especially, to your point, Todd, clarity. And that's the most important point. Fritz missed a bunch of first serves, 3 in a row to open that last service game, and Hurkacz was deep to return the serve. That worked well. I don't know why he went back to the up front position on the returns. I don't know why people change a winning strategy so often in tennis. I understand if you're playing outside and there's wind involved that it might be more advantageous on one side or the other to stand deep, and you might need to stand in to fight the breeze, but it's not the case here.
14.
He picked his pocket. Hurkacz thought he was waltzing through that passing shot, and Fritz just guessed correctly. Caught the ball on his strings perfectly. Great anticipation on this shot right here.
That's Fritz at his best.
15 all.
Racket just coming out of Taylor's hands. But the game not out of his hands yet.
14-13.
Got to expect somebody like Hurkacz in a big occasion to light things up. He's too good a player. Can Fritz weather the storm? There's the reliability once again on the first serve from Hurkacz. 2-1, final set.
18 Poland is 2-1.
Whereas all the other staff meetings have been pretty much just about keep doing what you're doing, everything's kind of going the right way. What we expected is a different kind of conversation. It's not panic and anxiety. They obviously expected him to play well at some stage, but they are having to think a little bit more deeply into how he strategizes.
Yeah, the key here is how do you break serve? Yeah, it's been difficult for both to do it. For Fritz, he has full ownership of his game, but when Hurkacz is serving like he is, a lot of these points are not in his control.
Yeah, I don't think he feels as though he's got quite the same advantage off the ground in the ground stroke rallies that he did in the opening set.
Hurkacz's forehand has lifted. Accuracy has improved, confidence rising, swinging out at it a little bit more.
13 down.
You'd like to test it if you're Fritz, if it gets deep in this set. Because last year in the United Cup, Hurkacz trying to shut the door on Germany. His forehand wasn't able to withstand the moment.
I think that's that point there is what if Taylor can get his return back into play in the Hurkacz service game that's about to come our way. He needs to start getting quickly into the corners, not so much back cross court into the rally balls, trying to really get Hurkacz extended. and going in back behind him as well. It's been a bit more of a rally ball. I think he's got to take more of a risk if he can get it back into play. And that's been the big if, isn't it? They're both serving so well.
Like a seamless hold of serve from Fritz, 2 apiece.
Just like that, Todd.
Oh, he must have heard me. It's nice when you pick something and they come up with it straight away, but it's exactly what was needed, and he's got to try to replicate it again. I mean, you've spoken about it. He's got great tennis IQ. He feels it and sees it. Sometimes it's harder to execute, but that was perfect.
He gets another second serve to work with, so this is a real opportunity for him, and you don't know how many you're going to get. Above 15, second serve.
I feel on those second serves, though, Jim, he's just been a bit too aggressive. He's in too tight. He's getting beaten, but I guess he's trying to stop the ball from jumping, because this ball here really kicks high and keeps going on the up, and he's trying to take it before it gets too high, but he's getting jammed very quickly.
Hurkacz is winning a far higher percentage of second serve points than he does normally. Normally he wins about 52%. He's winning 67 tonight. And I don't like where Fritz is standing, to be honest, with his second serve return. I think he should give some ground and get back by the Sydney logo on the court. Wait for it to drop back down. If Hurkacz serves and volleys behind it, you'll see him coming. You can beat him. You can redirect. 15-30 here. A little bit of tension for Hurkacz. And he's going to have to hit a second server. This is where I like Fritz deep for this return. Ensure you get it back into play and then put the hard hat on. I will tell you this is one of the things about Taylor Fritz. He does not give a hoot about what any of us or anybody else thinks. He's got the joystick out there. He's playing the game and he doesn't care what we think. And frankly, good on him. He's 4 in the world. Still think there's room for a couple of suggestions here or there, but he's going just fine.
14-30.
Kid's got thick skin. That's Taylor Fritz.
Another shining example of just how well Hurkacz is playing right now. Superb forehand down the line, and it is 3-2 final set. Well, given the situation in this particular set, that forehand, the one prior to it, that was a nice little tidy up job there from Hurkacz, is again just underlining the improvement that he has made on that shot as these 10 days have unfolded. As Masu saying in the second set, just keep taking care of your serve. You are going to get some chances. How right he is being proved by the way that Hurkacz is turning this around.
what you said earlier. As long as your momentum and your feet are getting into the shot.
Time.
Once again, by Russell there, just backing up the thoughts that Taylor has and just saying you're doing absolutely the right thing, but it is going to be fascinating to see what the great separator is going to be between these two. This man's forehand has been battled, hardened into form. It certainly wasn't there in his opening couple of losses against Casper Ruud and Thomas Mahic. Found a bit of a groove against Billy Harris, and then Shevchenko, it was excellent.
Love 15. $13, 15.
Hurkacz doing his best to batten down the hatches on his side and just keep extending the point as long as possible.
15.
Hope for a mistake that just never came. Good quality ball striking and court spreading from the American.
Sensational shot.
That's a warning shot, that one.
40, 30.
Couldn't replicate it. 3 apiece.
Jim, one of the things with Hubie's defense is he's moving better, but he's also reading the play better than what he started the week off, and that's what matches does for you. You start to anticipate where the ball's going. You see the racket work of your opponent better, so you can start to, you're glancing at that and you know what shot they're going to play from the position they are in the court. He was lacking that. And it's definitely helped his defensive game.
15 love.
I don't think you're going to win this match either, player, by being defensive at this point. It's going to be won by the person that is the more aggressive.
13 love.
One of the challenges for a player like Hurkacz, who has made major changes with equipment and his coaching staff, and they're trying to get him to do a few different things, is you can overdo it. And he did that early. Went far too often down the line with his forehand his first couple matches. Missed a bunch, made a ton of unforced errors, and he's playing a lot more like we're used to seeing him play. And that's working well so far.
Yeah,
Sometimes incremental change is the best change.
Yeah, and he's forced Taylor to do a couple of things earlier in rallies that he didn't need to in the opening set. That backhand down the line being one of them, 4-3. Taylor trying to adapt to the new and improved version of Hubie Hurkacz, as he should. Let's take you back out, potentially for the last time, if Team USA win this, to the iconic Bondi Beach. Of course, known for its surfing and its waves. And of course, it is not the biggest beach out there, but it is one of the most photographed in the world. Perfect place to see sunrise come up in the morning. The agony on Taylor's face as he's trying to strive for the win. The elation on Hurkacz's, who's turned this around very neatly in the last 30 minutes or so. The crowds coming in for the round-robin stages of the United Cup. Team Poland have had to stay here for all of the 10 days. Team USA flying in from west to east from Perth.
Hurkacz really covering the tee serve here. Fritz takes the bait and goes to the open space and delivers a fabulous 209K first serve. Hurkacz did well just to get this back in play. But asking Fritz to hit the lower percentage serve, that's a good idea. I like that. Tougher, of course, over the higher part of the net. Much easier to make serves down the tee when you're going big. Can't make that one, though.
15.
Hurkacz again a little closer to the center line than he would normally be here.
Both players having to dig balls out of their backhand corner, but it's Taylor's perseverance that open up that line shot. And he nails it.
That's just an outstanding return by Hurkacz. That was an awesome serve. And he somehow got it back in play. And now, this is a real moment. Hurkacz breaks here. He gets to serve for the match. Fritz gets out the eraser.
Team United States. United States.
Another ace to ice the game finally for Team USA. 4-all. Both players reveling in the atmosphere.
Fritz deep for this second serve return. Been waiting a long time to see that, like that move. Hurkacz didn't like it as much. Got a little twitchy on that forehand.
Class.
All about the close, wasn't it, Todd?
Yeah, and look, Hubie's a very good volleyer when it's out to the extremities. If Taylor didn't have any choice, it's often good to go hard straight at him as he comes in. Because he's got such long arms, sometimes when it's at him, he gets caught. But when he's got that room on that last volley there, you know, technically that was very nice indeed.
It looked like a desperate dive. It was anything but.
40-15.
An absolute gem of a shot. And Hurkacz shining bright under the lights here at the Ken Rosewell Arena. What a game. What a player. 5-4.
The opponent is 5 games to 4.
It's like a soccer crowd down there, Todd, right now.
Oh, isn't it like, I mean, they've just lit up. I mean, even I got out of my seat when Hubie's gone for that stretch and picked up that little half volley. I actually think he's taken a bit of skin off his hands as the racket handle got so close to the ground. He's been putting some water on there trying to get it off, so hopefully that doesn't affect him as he comes back out. But you can see he's sort of looking at it there. The adrenaline is going to get him through here anyway, at the least. But, I mean, 20% better player than what he was a couple of days ago. It's a big turnaround.
Yeah, conservative number. It doesn't even look like the same guy.
You can see there he's just taking skin off that forefinger knuckle.
Let's just wind it back to what was one of the great shots of this year's United Cup coming up here from Hurkacz.
Yeah, it was a split save. That's what it was. Great half volley on the full stretch. Down he goes. Just scrapes his hand as he goes down on his grip there, the right hand. Took a little skin with it, but he took the point, most importantly. The skin will heal.
But how good was the shot from Fritz? We're not even giving him that. That was such a remarkable get by him in the first place to put it there. And then he was outshone by Hubie.
Yeah, hit that one behind him. Phenomenal, phenomenal shot. One of the shots of the tournament, without question.
It's a remarkable delta of difference between how he started this tournament and how he's ending it.
I think,
regardless of how this goes. He's also had a shoelace issue down there, Tom.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
They've both burned a shoelace here tonight. This is Taylor Fritz did his earlier.
And that's just giving Taylor a little bit of time.
This is like icing the kicker here. 4-5. Fritz serving in the final set here in an extended break. Both shoes off and socks. Wow. A sock change as well. This is going to take some time.
Yeah, Mohamed Laouani looking on, and certainly feels as though he's delayed that about as long as he can. To be honest, Taylor just getting a little irritated, because it is giving him time to contemplate the situation. Not something you want at 4-5 in the third set, any huge competition like this.
He definitely doesn't want it, but then I also think from Hubie's end of the court, I'm not sure that he'd want it either, because, you know, he's had the momentum since he managed to win this second set, and you can see there that the top of the shoe burns through the court. But, you know, equally, just to go back to his momentum, he's had it, and you just never know with Hubie. He just gets a couple of loose ones occasionally, and while he was riding high, I think it would be better for him to have kept going.
I'll tell you, this is a really interesting one, right? Because changing your shoes is one thing. Changing your socks is another. There's a rule about equipment out of order, which gives players the ability to change their shoes and things like that. But the socks might be wet, but that is a little bit lax on the rules from my perspective.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Jim.
Taylor's agreeing with you guys as well. He's not happy at all. He's up at the umpire's chair with Mohamed Laouani.
Yeah, it's the equipment out of adjustment is the rule that I think is being used here, which gives players leeway and latitude to fix whatever their problem is in this situation. Look, Hubie's a fair play guy. I don't think he's meaning to slow play this and to make Taylor feel tense, but it's had the effect of doing that, and the U.S. crowd's letting him hear it.
Hostilities resume.
Thank you. 15 love.
signature move from Taylor Fritz with the forehand, 5 apiece.
Yeah, I don't think Hubie's happy with his shoes, by the way. He's redoing the laces again, and there was a real sort of grimacing look upon his face.
5 games all.
That's kind of what I was saying about the distraction for his end of the court. It's taken him out of the mode that he had so well that he'd got himself into.
Well, this is a new set of shoes overall in general, but it's also new equipment for this season, so he's probably adjusting to the Adidas shoe after years of playing with Yonex shoes and apparel and rackets, so all of it takes time.
At 15 love.
Yesterday, Taylor Fritz was playing Thomas Mahac, and the backhand exchanges in that amazing match were mostly cross-court exchanges. Hurkacz is so quick to change directions with his backhand line. Fritz is starting to do it as well to match him. Oh. Thought he might have played an out ball there, but beautifully intercepted. And Iga Świątek wandering down the hallway, wondering if she has another match to play this evening.
Another luminous bit of skill from this man.
It wasn't applause for the fault, by the way. It was a mighty fine catch by the ball boy at the back of the court, who gave a look of absolute delight and surprise at how well he managed to keep it in his hands.
Redemption still on the menu for Hurkacz. 6-5, final set.
Team put in the 6 game to 5.
Well, he was pretty humble as ever in the press conference with Poland, saying that he had won a little bit, but it had basically been Iga that had carried them through to this particular stage. But he is doing his level best to take this United Cup into a deciding match of mixed doubles, potentially.
Don't worry about the next shot. Just fully commit to it.
Well, what do you mean, no, but like immediately? Like, well, man, just put a little bit in it. I need it right now. I need it right now.
as good as individual events are, they don't quite get the same atmosphere at times that the team competitions do. And this United Cup this year has delivered once again. And we are on a knife's edge here in terms of where this particular evening goes. Can Fritz send us into a final set tiebreaker, or can Hurkacz, as he did in the second set, break late on?
This is where Fritz's first serve delivery faltered in the second set, missed the first three first serves to open the game, and his serve taken at love as a result.
Too little too late perhaps for this game for Hurkacz, but that will just give Fritz something to think about if we do end up in a final set tiebreak. Devastating once again with that forehand.
They're the best two forehands that he's hit in this United Cup. Better footwork up on the rise, racket head ripping through the ball and getting it in the right contact point. It's just changed for Hubie this match.
Team United States.
Tennis is a sport for adrenaline junkies. It is life on the edge.
6 games
and we are right on the edge here.
Final set tiebreak.
Hurkacz in recent times has been pretty good at this particular discipline. Final set breakers has won 8 and lost 3 in his last 11. Taylor, who started his career on the tour unbelievably in final set breakers, winning 12 out of his first 15. This is the one thing that hasn't gone well for him in the last few years. Just 2 out of his last 11 he's won. Imposing start by Hurkacz.
1-0 Team Poland.
Pretty likely first serve percentage is going to drive the storyline here in this final set tiebreaker. And Fritz 0 for 1 pays a steep price. 0 for 2 now. Hurkacz deep for the return. Went for it. Didn't center it on the strings, and that is a let-off.
Well, it was a very different pace second serve, though. 137. He wasn't going to miss it, was he, Fritz? He knew he had to at least make it.
Taylor spent the last couple of years cultivating his game for moments like that. Great discipline.
And 2-all. And 3-2 Team Poland.
Hurkacz has been covering the tee here, forcing Fritz to go for the low percentage wide. That's awesome from Fritz. Gets Coco up. And they'll change sides dead even, but Hurkacz was in that rally and threatening. And Fritz able to hold him off.
Well, I like the word threatening, Jim, because that point was all about, as we spoke mid-match here, about changing and building that pressure, and Hurkacz put the pressure on there. But Taylor Fritz comes up with the goods. This is just so entertaining, and it's just buzzing courtside.
Ready for play, thank you.
Great response under pressure from Fritz. Bit of a gamble from Hurkacz, taking that shot inside into the Fritz forehand. Didn't pay off.
And too far away from the net to have a good chance of covering it. Didn't make it to the service line in time to cover the angle forehand. Excellent from Fritz. On serve we go. Hurkacz perfect in making first serve so far in the breaker.
Found the line on his previous forehand. Couldn't repeat the trick second time around. Taylor has turned things around.
F5, 3, Team United States. F5-4, Team United States.
Fritz will step to the line with 2 serves to secure the United Cup for the United States.
Tennis doesn't always create character, but it always reveals it. And this man's character is second to none. Down a mini break in this final set tie break. He has the opportunity to claim that trophy for a second time for the USA.
6-4, Team United States.
Match point.
Game, set and match, Team United States. 2 sets to 1, 6-4, 5-7, 7-6.
Team USA are the 2-time United Cup champions. And they unite together in ecstasy. What a match, what a night, what a competition.
This guy's just a hardened competitor. He's going to go over and pay respects to Team Poland in their team zone. He always brings it. Saves the best for last. Iga Świątek played some amazing tennis here at the United Cup. Came in second place against Coco Gauff today, as did Poland overall. How about Taylor Fritz and Coco Gauff? What a dynamic duo. And a tip of the hat to Denis Kudla, who won mixed doubles yesterday in the dead rubber, but his final match as he moves on in retirement to coach Riley Opelka starting next week. But right now, it's all about the title.
Not all players, Jim, revel in that kind of pressurized situation. Taylor seems to not just like it, love it, and he absolutely brings out the best of him.
Hurkacz didn't miss a single first serve in that tiebreaker, and somehow Fritz still got him. But Hurkacz is going to leave Sydney feeling a lot better about himself than he did when he arrived. So too Taylor Fritz. Lost his opening match of the United Cup to Felix Auger-Aliassime. Did Fritz serve for the match there? Couldn't close it. But he's the one who gets to close up shop at the 2025 United Cup.
And once again, the type of scenes that you just don't get at the individual tournaments. Camaraderie has been strong in that team.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time having fun in escape rooms for pleasure. And Fritz escaped some real danger there, didn't he? They are bonded together. And now 2-time champions here at the United Cup.
There's Andrei Kravchuk just to the right of Denis Kudla there. And they've all played a part. Michael Russell in the background there. once again letting the team take to the court, take the accolades, but boy, he is the mastermind behind Taylor Fritz alongside Paul Annacone. And he is going to be a formidable force once again at the Australian Open. Quarter-finalist last year, Taylor, he is in very good nick as he heads towards Melbourne, as is Coco Gauff. What a performance from her tonight over Iga Swiatek. Set the tone. And Taylor able to put the finishing touches to it. Look at that portrait of pain down the other end of the court. The runner-up spot once again for Team Poland and Hubie Hurkacz this year. Not the bitter disappointment of having had the couple of championship points that he had last year against Zverev. But that's the feeling they want, and they will be back. Euphoria for Team USA for a second time.
Fritz will start the 4th seed in Melbourne, chock full of confidence without a doubt. He'll be fresh and ready to go also. That Hurkacz, you only get those feelings when you lay it on the line, and he definitely did that. Nothing for him to feel but pride. When it's all said and done, he'll feel the sting right now. Anyone in that seat does. But he gave it everything, and he found something. Most importantly, for the rest of this season, I think he'll look back on the last 2 days as a nice move forward.
Yeah, he can look forward to Melbourne with a bit of certainty. Wasn't there when he started here in Sydney. Competed unconditionally. He just couldn't quite find the right shot at the right time, but pushed Taylor all the way. This man just full of confidence, finishing inside the world's top 4. First time an American's done that since 2006, just breaking down a few of those barriers once again. Just the 5th American this century to do it after the iconic names of Sampras, Agassi, Roddick and James Blake is Taylor Fritz. And Coco jumping with delight. Boy, her form looks irresistible right now. Well, they came into this competition with high hopes. And the Stars and Stripes will fly high in Sydney once again for a second time. And belong until the presentation gets underway. Todd Woodbridge is standing by. Another hugely successful 10 days.
Well, welcome to our presentation, and what a spectacular display of tennis that we've witnessed over the last 10 days in both of our venues. And would you please show your appreciation for the 18 teams that battled it out during our United Cup tournament. Well, before we begin our proceedings, though, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. Our competing countries today have put on a phenomenal show. I'm sure you'll all agree. But today, the 2 finalists played for the newest prize in tennis, that, of course, being the United Cup. But before we crown our United Cup champions, would you please welcome our official party, Her Excellency, the Honourable Margaret Beasley, the Governor of New South Wales, the United Cup Tournament Director, Stephen Farrow, the ATP Executive Vice President, Alison Lee, and WTA CEO, Portia Archer. A big thank you too to our tournament referee, Ian Smith, and both of our chair umpires for today's singles matches. You've also got to thank our fantastic partners, and I'd also like to acknowledge the Honourable John Graham, Minister for Jobs and Tourism, who's here today, and the New South Wales Government's continued support through tourism and major events agency Destination New South Wales. Thank you very much indeed. Now, before we award our teams, the United Cup would like to award the most valuable player to the player from tonight's competing teams that demonstrated the best overall record in the competition. And the United Cup 2025 Finals MVP is Coco Gauff. And if I could now ask Maria Chiappa, who's representing the United Cup Volunteers, to present the United Cup 2025 MVP to Coco from Team USA. Well done to you, Coco. Well, unfortunately, in a situation like sport, there can only be one winner. And so would you please put your hands together for our finalists here tonight, Team Poland. And if I could, I'd now ask the United Cup Tournament Director, Stephen Farrow, to present the finalist medalists to Team Poland, led by their captain, Matt Czajewski. Alicia Rozolska. Jan Zelensky. Maja Walinska. Kamil Majszak. And what an amazing match he just played, Hubert Hurkacz. And please put your hands together once more for Iga Świątek. And now I'd like to invite Captain Matt, Iga and Hubie to come on up and say a few words on behalf of Team Poland. I'll give it to Matt first. We'll get Matt, the captain, to speak first. Here you go, Matt.
So first of all, I want to congratulate Team USA. You did an amazing job. I mean, you were just a little bit better than us. I want to thank all the Polish fans that showed up all week here, and we had a great atmosphere. But most of all, I want to thank my team. I'm really proud of them. And I want to just say today to Iga and Hubie, you are amazing champions. But what's more important, you're really amazing people. So I just want to thank you for all this week, for the whole team. And yeah, we're going to try to get it next year. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not going to repeat what Matt said, but obviously, yeah, I want to thank anybody who organized this tournament, because it's really a pleasure to come here and to play here every year. I really love this event, especially because of the atmosphere and the way, I don't know, we feel the support from everybody. So thank you guys for that. Thank you to the sponsor of this tournament as well to make it possible for us. Wait, what? Why are you laughing? She's laughing at me the whole week. Wait, you should speak as well. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, okay, but I just wanted to thank the team, because as you could see on the bench, I think we had such an amazing atmosphere, and honestly, even though this event is like exhausting, this is what makes it so amazing and so special, having the support of you guys. So thank you for that, because I feel that gives us a lot of energy. And congrats to Team USA, as Matt said, great job. Second time you're winning against us. So hopefully the last we'll do our best, but you guys, you're amazing athletes. So I'll leave the rest to Hubie.
Well, first of all, congrats to you guys, to Team US. Really great game. I mean, both of the matches you guys played amazing. So congrats for that. And yeah, I mean, we wish I made it to the deciding match in the mixed doubles, but Taylor played an amazing match. So congrats for that, and good luck for the rest of the season, guys. And yes, of course, thanks to our team, to Iga, to Ala, to Maya, to Matt, Kamil, and Jan. You guys were amazing, and of course, all the guys that are behind us at the bench. You guys, for all the support, you are through the tough moments and good moments with us here, and it's just the beginning. So thank you all. And of course, to all the fans that you guys are here and supporting and enjoying tennis. You guys make it so special being out here and supporting our sport that we love. And thanks for being here, and see you guys next year.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations once again on a brilliant tournament. Well, didn't they show an amazing amount of skill, determination, and a whole lot of heart today? Our 2025 United Cup champions are Team USA, and I'd like to welcome back the United Cup Tournament Director, Stephen Farrow, to present the champion medals to our winning team. Led by the captain, Michael Russell. Desiree Kravchuk. Robert Galloway, Dennis Kudla, Danielle Collins, and what about the match he just played, Taylor Fritz, and our MVP, Coco Gauff. But before we get Team USA to raise the trophy, I'll ask Michael, Taylor, and Coco to come up and say a few words. Michael Russell.
First off, just congratulations to Team Poland on a great week. It was a really competitive match, of course, and just wish you guys all the best in Melbourne next week. I want to thank the city of Sydney and New South Wales for putting on such an incredible event. We love coming here every year. It's an amazing city. Thank the fans, especially the USA fans that came out today to cheer us on. Wives, moms, girlfriends, thank you. And last, but of course most important, amazing playing from the team, the whole tournament, incredible effort, energy, competitiveness, grittiness. I'll use the word dig, but I know these guys want to use it before I do, so I'll give it to who wants the next, Coco or Taylor? Coco?
Yeah, first I want to say congratulations to Team Poland on a great week. You guys are an incredibly talented team, and I wish you guys all the best of luck in AO. And then next, I would like to thank our captain and my team. You guys were the best support ever. This is my first United Cup, and I had so much fun. This is exactly what I wanted, just to have fun on the court. And there was a lot of pressure, but you guys made it incredibly fun, so I appreciate you guys, and I'll keep digging for you the rest of the year. And thank you to the tournament staff, everyone who puts this tournament together. Thank you to the people in Perth who are cheering for us, and of course, thank you to the people in Sydney for cheering for us as well. And yeah, thank you, Sydney, and yeah, thanks.
Yeah, obviously just start out and say, congrats to Poland on a great week. They're an incredibly tough team, and the margins are very small. I feel like it could always have gone either way, so great week for them. And just want to say thanks to my whole team. Unbelievable support. Like the team vibes all week are amazing. I think that's one of the things that makes our team so great, and one of the reasons why we've been able to do so well is we
we just really come together as a team this week, and it's amazing. And then also thank you to, like Coco said, all the fans in Perth. We had a really great week in Perth before coming here, and all the fans here in Sydney. It's been amazing getting to play in front of all you guys, and then thank you to everyone who's putting this whole tournament together. Again, from Perth to Sydney, there's so much going on. So thank you so much for everyone organizing the event. It's been amazing. And finally, thank you to the rest of the team on the bench, all the people helping us and cheering for us. It's been a great week. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to Team USA. Well, it is time to present our United Cup trophy, and if I could invite Her Excellency Margaret Beasley over to present Team USA with the trophy. Come on, team, get in there and lift. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Team USA.
It is a team effort, but those are the two big stars of that particular team, global stars, and they head to Melbourne with not just confidence, but a little extra silverware on top of that. A titanic tussle in that second match. It was a virtuoso performance from Coco in the first one, and it will give Iga Swiatek and Wim Bissett a little bit to think about as they head to Melbourne, trying to crack the code to win in Melbourne. As for Coco, she'll be looking to potentially put that trophy on her mantelpiece as well, given how well she has just played throughout the course of the last 10 days. And it has been a stunning transformation. 21 matches out of the last 24 she's won, going back to last season. She is red hot, just like the colour of her shirt. And Taylor Fritz the same. Finalist at a Grand Slam for the very first time in New York, and at the year-end champs, the best of the best. And he showed that tonight, the determination, the willingness to do whatever it takes to get across the finishing line first, and Team USA finished first at the United Cup for a second time. First of the many big battles that we will witness over the course of 2025. She'll feature in many of those, you feel. One of the most versatile players out there. She will excel on all surfaces, not just on the hard courts of Australia. And the same can be said of Taylor. He's forged into the world's top 5 in the world, and he has shown that he is one of the best. Nice to see Hubie Hurkacz, who started United Cup, perhaps looking a little underprepared, a little out of sorts. Now heading towards the first major of the season, looking like the player he was midway through last year before having that fall on centre court against Artifice and the meniscus tear in his knee. And with all the changes in his camp and with his equipment, by the back end of that second set and all the way through the third, you could see the kind of calibre of tennis he can produce and why he himself believes that he perhaps can hold one of the big 4 trophies in tennis. 18 teams, start of the United Cup, 1 left standing, holding the trophy aloft, and it is Team USA. Ticker tape line on the court, the ticker tape of thoughts running through all of those players' heads as that match was drawing to a conclusion. Would there be a deciding mixed doubles needed to be played, or would it be, as it was in the end, 2-love to Team USA? Eagerly anticipated the Coco Gauff, Iga Swiatek contest, and rightly so, given what we saw. Bodes well for women's tennis, that rivalry. And the nice aside there with Dennis Kudla alongside Taylor Fritz, who has given absolutely everything to his tennis career. He is hanging up his rackets, made the second week of Wimbledon, did Dennis, and he's been very much a part of that alongside Michael Russell, Danielle Collins. It's great to see her along for the ride. The last dance for her through 2025 probably. But it is Team USA who take home the United Cup for a second time. We've loved having you along for this 3rd edition of the United Cup, and we look forward to the rest of the tennis coming up here.